First of all, thank you all for gathering here today. And I would like to get this meeting underway, taking the moment of silence.
Ні слава, ні воля, ще нам, браття українці, усміхнеться доля. Згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці. Запануємо ми, браття, у своїй сторонці. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду.
Thank you. Dear colleagues and friends, let us begin our today's event with the welcoming remarks of the organizers. And first I would like to invite Deputy Minister of Economy, a member of the board of the Oversight Board, Mr. Andrei Telupa, the one who is also participating on the board of the Export-Credit Agency. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm in the capacity of the acting Minister of Economy, and it's a great honor for me to welcome all of you to this event. I would like to greet all of the participants. The first thing I would like to say is, first of all, it's a great pleasure to see that this forum is being conducted despite all of the circumstances for exports. It still remains a top priority for us. And let me reiterate that we as the Ministry of Economy and the government at large see the development of export as one of our major priorities. And it is now that we are constantly stressing the point that for us what matters is not only the quantity but quality of the exports issued by Ukraine. If we see what we set for ourselves as the ministry, it is to to continue developing the production in Ukraine. We have to achieve 20% of the processing industry in Ukraine. Non-commodity industry has to grow, and to see the different components in the composition of the Ukrainian economy to grow. So this will enable the Ukrainian citizens to have higher salaries, and the taxes will grow, the revenues will go into the budget of Ukraine, and thus it will intensify the development of Ukraine's economy. So if we have a look at the challenges that the war has posed to us, these are also great opportunities, because we are forced to rebuild our Ukrainian economy. We have to move on to new markets, open them up to ourselves, and this is where our future lies, because if we have to analyze our prospects and the scenarios of economic growth, all of them, apart from the most disastrous ones, envisage the substantial growth in the share of Ukraine's exports, and we are working actively in order to open up new horizons for the Ukrainian exports, which is going to gradually increase um, substantially from year to year. So this is something that we observed last year. We achieved a substantial increase in the growth of our exports. If we take a look at that closely, during 2024, in terms of money, the exports of Ukraine grew by at least 13.4% and its weight by 28.8%. So we can see that in the overall commodity expense, the exports have grown by a third, and the main credit here goes to the adequate work of the sea corridors. So we see that we managed to export more than 100 million commodities to the amount of more than 40 million Ukrainian hryvnias, was as opposed to 100 million hryvnias during the previous year. And again, if we target sea exports, instead of 54.8 tons of production over the last year, we exported 87 tons of production. And another important factor is the productive cooperation of Ukraine with its partners. Something that the EU is also doing for Ukraine is the economic visa-free regime. And if we take a look at the factors of our exports growing to the EU, the exports have grown by about $1 billion. And respectively, we can also see a substantial and gradual growth. We can also see a gradual growth of the quality of commodity exports from Ukraine. And if we have a look at the targets for the automotive freight after the sea corridors were opened, the amount of carriage was dropped because the substantial share of that went to the sea, but the cost of that grew significantly. And another thing to add, if we consider the top category in exports over the last year, one may state that nearly one of the top this is one of the first periods in the history of Ukraine when production business is growing very slowly, but anyway, oil, vegetable oil in particular. Remember, the moratorium slept on the processing of sunflower oil, and many people would say that our production, our industry in this respect wouldn't grow much, but nowadays we can see that vegetable oil ranks #1 in exports for Ukraine, and we believe that we have to slowly but gradually increase this added value and the depth of processing, because if we analyze our agrarian exports, we don't have that many prospects in terms of the quantity growth as it is in terms of the quality growth. And the in-depth processing of the agrarian production is one of the top priorities for us. Now we are actively working on that together with our international partners. They're ready to invest in that. And if we have any representatives of agrarian exporters, we are inviting you to give it a thought, in-depth processing, because it's more useful. And if we have a look at the added value from the provisional export of a ton of wheat and processing that into different kinds of chemicals, there the added value, here the added value is hundreds times more. So we have lots of opportunities for growth. We have some international financial organizations which are ready to provide their investment. We as Ministry of Economy are actively supporting the development of processing. Therefore, together with the Parliament and the Ukrainian President, we have launched the program Made in Ukraine, which absorbs all of the core programs, including the programs to support the agreements and for Ukrainian industry, 579 programs, affordable grants, all of the necessary funding to procure the equipment for Made in Ukraine, and we have just made sure that different kind of energy equipment and wheeled machinery can be easily available. So thus, we enable both the Ukrainian producers and Ukrainian agrarian manufacturers to invest in their development, and we are stressing on supporting investments in the processing industry. This is the course which is not going to change. This year, we have envisaged 35 million hryvnias to support the production in Ukraine at large, and therefore we are urging everyone to take advantage of all of the available Ukrainian programs. And for the big business, we have also envisaged the further development of industrial parks and the tool of supporting large investments, investment nannies. They have they started working finally last year, and we have some first compensations for both the parks and nannies. And respectively for this year, we are envisaging active growth in this regard and active cooperation in this area. Therefore, we are supporting the production in Ukraine, and this is a large streak of economic development for us, supporting exports, because we understand the greatest market for us is the overseas one. Therefore, we are much in support of the work of the Export Credit Agency, which is the core government-owned institution to support Ukrainian exporters. And in this respect, we can also mark a lot of positive dynamics. Of course, the agency management will speak at length about that, but over the last year, we supported Ukrainian producers to more than 90 million Ukrainian hryvnias, and this year we are expecting these results to be even higher. Let us be more than 10 billion at least. And of course, they have started the instrument of ensuring war-related risks. And that's something that we are trying to disseminate with the help of the international financial institutions to ensure that the Ukrainian producers and exporters can insure themselves against different war risks. We are expecting a new law to come into effect about insuring war risks, and this is going to enhance this market markedly. One more thing to say to wrap up, we as the Ministry of Economy will always say that our main stakeholders are business, exporters. Therefore, we are doing all we can to make sure that the Ukrainian producers, Ukrainian businesses will grow. We are ready to hear you in any case, under any circumstances, facilitate your operations, take advantage and use our programs. And we do hope that the Ukrainian exports will only be growing. And next year, from year to year, we'll be able to come to this forum, and in our welcoming remarks, we'll be able to say that we have grown 30, 40, and more %. Thank you very much. Good luck, and keep developing. Now we are inviting for an online presentation the director of GIZ program REACT for Ukraine, Hagen Etner.
Thank you very much. Dear Deputy Minister of Economy, Mr. Tilyupa, Your Excellencies, Mr. Gashev, and esteemed partners from the Export Credit Agencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to extend a warm welcome to all of you at the opening of this Export Credit Forum. I'm particularly pleased that this forum marks a significant milestone in our collaboration between the REACT for Ukraine program, funded by the German government, and the Export Credit Agency. Although our partnership began relatively recently, with initial meetings in 2023 and the establishment of a formal framework in the spring of last year, it represents a crucial step in our ongoing efforts to support Ukraine's economic development, particularly for SME, and to foster trade relations with the European Union. Since 2016, we have been assisting with the implementation of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement in the area of trade, providing technical assistance at various levels. Following the full-scale invasion, of course, this support changed slightly. So in addition to providing technical assistance, we expanded our support to Ukrainian SMEs directly with grants and subsidized loans. And this growing importance of access to finance for economic growth, for job creation, competitiveness, and export expansion has led to this collaboration with the ECA. Together, we share common goals, creating better conditions for Ukrainian SMEs, promoting innovation, and stimulating exports. Our partnership with the ECA will help Ukrainian exporters better understand the financial risk insurance opportunities available through the agency. And this cooperation will be a key tool in unlocking Ukraine's export potential, supporting businesses as they enter new markets, and minimizing risks associated with international trade. The ECA's insurance coverage of financial risks for Ukrainian exporters is especially critical in the current uncertain economic climate, where protecting businesses' financial interests is essential for their stability and growth. According to the Ministry of Economy, for the first time in history, the Ukrainian ECA has insured investments totaling 49 million Ukrainian hryvnias against war-related risks this year. We are proud to support the ECA by organizing this key event, and are ready to further strengthen institutional capacity and enhance the efficiency of the agency's work. And we look forward to further initiatives and activities to foster collaboration. Through our new upcoming program, Step into EU, which will start in April this year, we aim to deepen and broaden our cooperation with the ECA over the next 3-year period. Here in my home country, in Germany, SMEs play a central role in the economy, and I believe the same is true for Ukraine. The contribution of SMEs to Ukraine's economic resilience and recovery cannot be overstated. Another critical challenge ahead is the deeper integration of Ukrainian companies into EU value chains, and we just heard that from Mr. Telyupa. So value addition and creation of value chains is really an important step for future development. On behalf of the German government and in close partnership with our Ukrainian counterparts, we remain fully committed to supporting Ukraine and its SMEs in overcoming these challenges. Today's forum represents an important step forward on this journey, and I look forward to the lively discussions and fruitful exchanges that will take place here. Thank you for your attention, and Slava Ukraini.
Now I would like to extend my gratitude to GIZ program. Let us please present our thanks. And I'm inviting Mr. Ruslan, a representative of React for UA. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now, on behalf of myself, every year they keep writing to me different speaking points which are written by my colleagues, presented to me, hoping that I will be following them. But every year something goes against the plan. And this year I would like to start by saying the words of thanks, extended first of all to our partners, organizers, GIZ and the Ministry of Economy. And secondly, to the members of the Export Credit Agency whose work is behind the scenes most of the time, but a lot of them are sitting in your midst right now, just like in film. They're wearing usual clothes, but they are in your midst, as they say in films. So throughout this day, I want you to make contacts with them. And I think that in the back rooms, on the sidelines of this conference, when having some coffee, we'll be able to elaborate different common solutions in favor of us both. But thanks, dear partners, and I would like to say that all of the work, both visible and invisible, taking place during the last year wouldn't have been possible without them. What work do I mean? At the end of 2023, an announcement was made that in Ukraine was launched a program to cheapen insurance for ships faring the sea via 3 Ukrainian ports. And on behalf of the government of Ukraine, the Export Credit Agency was empowered to implement this program. It was a very demanding one. It was based on the British seafaring law, and I thank very much all of the teams that have made it a reality. Secondly, in late 2023, Ukraine also assumed an obligation. It committed to the IMF. There were a whole lot of different obligations to assume, but we were interested in just one, approving the strategy of 2 government-owned companies in line with the purposes and goals of the development of the financial sector. That's something that we saw being taking the full form in early 2024. And I thank our friends and counterparts in the World Bank of Ukraine who have helped us to involve highly qualified experts, and jointly we have contributed to the making of this high-quality product that began to be implemented in January this year. It's a strategy for the next 5 years. This has also been mentioned before, something that we are also trying to look forward to in terms of our strategy, something that we would like to get as the end product. At the end of the journey of implementing the strategy, the Export Credit Agency is supposed to become a financial center to support exporters in Ukraine. This is our goal to pursue until 2029. And for that, to that end, a lot needs to be done. Lots of different exercises need to be undertaken, lots of changes implemented. First of all, we keep doing this on a constant basis, but still, I think it's a living and breathing process which is never to be ended. We have to take very simple and accessible products for our targeting our customers, and I think time will come where you will not have to contact us a lot at all, and you will simply be able to do it via our site. Secondly, we have to implement in our procedures and in the Ukrainian legislation the best world practices which are already in place. For this end, last year we became a full member of the Berne Union, which means that the international community of the insurers of export credits and investments recognized us as their friend.
Thirdly and lastly, comprises the internal changes of companies increasing their own capabilities in terms of personnel, in terms of bolstering our capabilities, in terms of capital. Together with the ministry, we are working to ensure that our capital, authorized capital, grows, because now we understand that our work can be intensified by increasing our capital and by enhancing its quality. So, as you can see, I've been speaking for 5 minutes now, but mostly this has been related to our partners and colleagues and plans. What is the point of this forum? To be held every year. First of all, we summarize the year that has passed. Secondly, we place beacons, goals to be achieved this year, 2025. Last year, we discussed the traction of investments. Just this year, we have launched an investment insurance from war-related risks. We have supported 137 million hryvnias worth of contracts. We are working together with MPs and the Ministry of Economy in order to broaden our proposals in terms of investment insurance, investment credit insurance in export-oriented enterprises. I'm confident that this year the number of these projects will grow. This is the first point, the first goal of ours. The second goal is to digitalize our processes, which will be reflected in the provision of our services and the speed of their provision. Thirdly, starting from the mid-summer, we are going to be much closer to you through working with our donors. At the moment, I cannot mention the name of that donor, but we will work together with it to make insurance cheaper in all regions. Last year, we made it happen in Chernivtsi region, and that is where we had the first case when the regional budget compensated the cost of insurance in full. According to our forecast, we are going to allocate $250,000 in order to cover the entire territory of Ukraine. Why are we doing this? It is not our goal to make insurance cheaper because the cost is not really that much. It's just 1.5%. Our goal is different. It's more global. It is to develop the culture of insurance in Ukraine. When we meet with exporters, we often hear that we have worked 30 years without insurance. So what's the point? We just want you to try in partnership with us, in partnership with donors. This is going to be cheap for you. And after that, you can decide for yourself whether it's necessary or not. Since the beginning of the full-scale war, we have had more than 200 foreign trade contracts that we have supported, and the number of exporters is more than 100. So that means that people are coming back and using our products. We would like to scale this up. Now let me thank all of you for your attention, and I would like us to start today's forum with the first panels. Thank you. Is about resistance battles. Ukraine keeps fighting despite the war, constant shelling, damaged infrastructure, and constant influence of the aggressor. We are building our future. 2024 has become another year of our indomitability. Every export container, every export revenues, every $1,000 is just another symbol of indomitability, another weapon. Our exports, not just about commodities or products or work. This is about something that supports our effort in rebuilding Ukrainian cities. This year, we have exported 41.6 billion hryvnias worth of dollars worth of products. This is a 15% increase. 131 million tons of cargo moved to foreign markets to ensure that even despite the war, Ukrainian business keep working. Iron ore, $2.8 billion in revenues, a 58% increase, a symbol of the renewal of logistics activities via ports, $5.07 billion in revenues. This is all about feeding foreign markets. Sunflower oil, $2.87 billion, which is the main product of our exports, and the demand on which is not decreasing. This is about the power of our spirit, which prevents the aggressor from breaking our will. Every successful contract of a Ukrainian company is just a small victory in this war. They keep working despite air raid sirens, looking for new markets and searching for support whenever people are ready to provide it. And in these activities, the state keeps supporting them. Export-Credit Agency is the agency that shoulders the responsibility in supporting Ukrainian economy. In 2024, the agency supported 7.5 billion hryvnias worth of contracts to 35 countries of the world. They have ensured 1 billion hryvnias worth of contracts. The agency has supported 69 Ukrainian companies last year in entering new markets in North America and Asia. Thanks to ensuring war-related risks, our companies keep becoming competitive in global markets, and every hryvnia of insurance liability guarantees 7 point. This is the investment for the future. In 2024, Ukraine has made significant strides in attracting investments to export-oriented enterprises. The agency has been mandated to ensure investments from war-related risks. And this is another instrument for attracting capital to Ukrainian enterprises, investing money into developing infrastructure. In 2024, the agency ensured 137 million hryvnias worth of investments. This is the proof of our indomitability. Today, every Ukrainian entrepreneur is an active contributor to Ukraine's defenses, and their successes are the successes of the entire country. We have seen a 646% of growth in men's clothing, $1.27 billion of growth in revenues from cable trade. Despite of everything, we keep going. This is the signal to the world that Ukraine keeps standing, fighting, and building its own future. Our exports is not just about economy. This is our weapon, our buttress for the front line, and our contribution to global security. We are fighting, we are working, and we are going to prevail. Greetings to you all. Let us move on to the first panel discussion. Let me invite its participants, Chairman of Board of the Export Credit Agency, Ruslan Gashev, People's Deputy of Ukraine, and Deputy Head of the Committee of the Verkhovna Rada on Economic Development, Mr. Kiselevsky. We also have Mr. Dmitro Natalucha, Chair of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Economic Development. We also have here Madam Pavin Dadashova, Director of the Financial Stability Department of National Bank of Ukraine. We have Mr. Yevhen Hrebennyuk, Senior Financial Sector Specialist from the World Bank. And Sergei Ivanuta, member of the Supervisory Board of the Export Credit Agency. Before we start, let me cover a few organizational moments. On your badges, you have the QR codes with links to the Telegram channel where you can pose your questions to the participants of this panel in order to ensure that, apart from the discussion, we really discuss topical issues that are of concern to participants of this forum. We're going to discuss the strategy of development of the agency for 2025-2030 as the key financial instrument of the state in supporting non-commodity exports of Ukraine during wartime and during a recovery process. Why are we discussing non-commodity exports? Because apart from, in contrast to other agencies, the agency has a double mission. We have to expand Ukrainian businesses, their representation in foreign markets, and secondly, the second mission is to change the exports, the structure of exports, in order for us to stop trading in raw materials and move on to non-commodity products. This is what we're going to discuss. We have had a wonderful opportunity to obtain expertise from the World Bank, and the first question is to Yevhen Hrebennyuk. You have some major benchmarks. Your experts have some understanding on how, or the peculiarity of the work of the agency. So what you would like to highlight in the new strategy? Because it started working full swing after the full-scale invasion started, but that happened thanks to ensuring risks in providing export credits. So could you please give us an idea why that happened and how is the strategy going to foster other directions? Thank you for giving me the floor. The World Bank took up this task of supporting Ukrainian exports 26 years ago. As soon as I remember, we had the first project in 1999, and back then, when we were planning our approach to this issue of supporting the exports, we divided this issue into three levels. The first basic level is about basic things like documentary support, insurance of export contracts, and in this respect, the most saturated market is related to bank services from advanced economies. Our colleagues from IFEIs have standardized products with Ukrainian banks. They are called trade financing facilities. The second level that we have determined for us is related to financial support of exporters and the division of export risks. And at this level, from 1999, the World Bank has had a series of projects related to crediting of exporters. It was dubbed the project on affordable insurance. It covers to exporters who would like to ensure the enhancement of their services, who need more capital, more investment credits. So these products were related to this field. When looking at the Export Credit Agency of Ukraine, its peculiarity is that it started from the second level, from financial support of exporters. And the insurance of export contracts is now, of course, developing as well, but it accounts for a smaller share of the activities. So one of the steps of the strategy was to delve deeper into, well, going into the first basic level, because we are doing quite well already on the second level. Let me mention also the third level. It's also important because few agencies in Ukraine are engaged in this. This is the super cycle of investments in absolutely new markets, into absolutely new products, new services. One example is the Ukrainian IT industry that needed 20 years to take the third place in terms of Ukrainian exports. There are many other examples. I'm not going to publicize some Ukrainian companies, but we have a completely new list of services now. International organizations here are not that active contributors. For this, we need not so much financial support, rather, we need policymakers and regulators to create favorable conditions, first of all, for foreign direct investment, but also for domestic investments. For domestic investors who are ready to invest into this super cycle of 5 to 10 years long, into completely new products, sectors, which may be unknown to us at this moment. We have had lots of discussions with Mr. Dmytro Kislevsky back in the day, and it seems to me that in this respect, the state is supposed not to determine the sectors where investments should go. Rather, it should create conditions when the private sector will decide to invest into certain innovative fields. Let me also note that the Export-Credit Agency has a role to play here in terms of insurance of war-related risks, investments into Ukrainian exports. In this respect, we are working on the third level, but we need to discuss it not at the level of the agency, but at the level of the state, to ensure that our biggest issue related to the full-scale invasion is resolved. So we need to create conditions for the private sector to decide on its own what products are going to be in high demand in foreign markets. In conclusion, let me say that we had contributions from the IMF. We approved this strategy because it enables the agency to reinvent itself. This is a powerful instrument of communication with Ukrainian policymakers, with foreign colleagues. First of all, this is a business based on trust and relations when we are discussing insurance of risks. So this is so we are really a great communicator of the direction in which the agency is going. Thank you for the introductory remarks, for bringing our policymakers. Obviously, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine is among them. It is a lawmaker, the sole lawmaker. So could the honorable MP here give us an idea what is the term of reference of the Verkhovna Rada to ensure the development of the economy to be performed by the relevant committee? Thank you for the invitation. But you're welcome. It's an honor to be here. In the activities of the committee, we have prioritized the development of the agency from the very first days. My colleague here, Dmytro, can prove my point. There were some problems in understanding the functions and responsibilities of the agency during the previous government in 2019-2020. It was followed by the great battle for the right to preserve the autonomy of the agency on its own as a specialized agency, but not as part of the Export and Credit Bank. So we had a lot of lively, hot stages when we had to defend the autonomy of the Export and Credit Agency in supporting Ukrainian producers. Why that happened? Well, we have discussed this today already in terms of success stories of such agencies around the world. The first such agency was created in 1919 in the British Empire, and if I'm not mistaken, and then the role of export and credit contracts played a huge role during the Marshall Plan. A few people mention it, but export insurance played a huge role there. So this is a vindicated practice. So we need to ensure that this practice is working here.
Which is why, starting with 2019, our line committee, Kiselevsky, Ian, and others have been engaged in the activities of this agency. In 2019, a law was enabled to make sure that they can also insure war risks, and the statutory capital of this agency was increased accordingly. But when talking about the strategic dimension and onwards, naturally, we would like to make sure that the ECA becomes a driver to promote the added value production from Ukraine exported to countries overseas and abroad. We do not need any support when exporting raw materials or commodity goods. You know it very well, because unfortunately this is our core export. However, when we speak about the resistance of our economy, it's disastrous indeed. Therefore, the activities of the Export Credit Agency, in our understanding, is being able to balance and reflect as a function on the government's efforts and the Parliament of Ukraine inside the country when they try to emphasize the processing and trying to focus on added value. Therefore, we are hoping that the ECA will be doing this more in order to win new markets for Ukraine. Let me add on for myself, in order not to take much of your time, something that we have observed about the French and their experience. Their ECA gets engaged actively in the countries where there are some platforms of the presence of different goods, their goods in particular. Let me cite some of the examples. There is a market in North Africa and Sub-Sahara African market, and different networks like Leroy Merlin, Auchan, Decathlon, and others are already actively present there. In the countries where such networks are present, the activities and the efficiency of the Export Credit Agency of the French, according to the indicators, is much higher, and probably both the government and we should put our heads around thinking over such a model that Ukraine can also go on to such non-typical markets where Ukrainian businesses are not feeling so confident as it is in the European market, where everything is clear for them, where they can communicate in English, where the conditions are more or less clear. But here, through 2030, we need to add another dimension of collaborating for the Export Credit Agency with large networks to enable them to enter some non-typical markets for Ukraine. I suppose this poses a very interesting, promising future for Ukraine, because our exporters will be able to see some points of sale for themselves. There will be fewer risks of non-payments, but these sales points will be a reference point for them to start covering some neighboring countries where they still don't have any sales points, and this will enable them to plan for their activities more efficiently. Thank you very much indeed. Let us give a round of applause. I have written down for myself some 3 positions which 100% will help the ECA to implement their strategy in part of the policy making. This is a question to Mr. Kiselevsky for him to develop this discussion further about the policies, so that ensuring large companies that export, that of course takes a lot of capital. And if we talk about insurance against war and political risks, this of course is not an exhaustive list, but it's something that we have been forecasting in terms of the application of different instruments and toolkit. Of course, banks will not be happy with just these tools, and this product doesn't work as well as the most popular product from the other standpoint of export credit operations. And another thing, foreign currency control. This probably will be the question addressed to the National Bank. For example, if an insurance case comes into effect, but the foreign exchange case is something that you have to cover and assume for yourself. So how to act under such circumstances? Because there will be a lot of risk fraught with VAT. So what is your understanding as a line committee from the standpoint of the Parliament of Ukraine, your interaction with other committees and the National Bank of Ukraine, the Ministry of Economy? How to act together in order to enhance the capacity and to make sure that ECA becomes a financial center to further and promote the expansion of the Ukrainian products to foreign markets. Thank you, Mr. Ruslan, for your question. I suppose I will dwell on these questions very briefly. First of all, I would like to ask to give an additional impetus to our discussion. I was looking forward to discussing the previous agenda, and I was looking forward to the presentation by the National Bank of Ukraine governor. But it's just for me, the experts is something. It's the big elephant that most of the time is ignored in the small room, because the exports exert their own pressure, but this is not much talked about, and the discussion of the role of the National Bank of Ukraine is so minuscule, and I suppose that that's something that we need to raise as an issue, and I will take this opportunity. Today is the 22nd of January. Yesterday, 21st of January, it was 7 months, a jubilee, 7 months. Now the National Bank of Ukraine has been ignoring the decision of the Parliament of Ukraine in terms of extending the term of 110 days to 180 days in terms of the foreign exchange revenues that different companies in Ukraine are getting. In some cases, we are talking here about the highest level of added value. The nature of selling such goods does not allow for these goods to be sold within 180 days, because sprayers, most of the time they have to be, stopped somewhere on a platform. You cannot just sell them in 180 days like tractors, you see. But the National Bank of Ukraine keeps ignoring this decision. Another jubilee that yesterday marked. The 7 months National Bank has been also ignoring another decision about the machinery tools, different technical appliances. Maybe they do not go to the manufacturing facilities. They don't know that it takes special machinery in order to produce different high added value products. And they have never heard about the fact that this machinery, which is specifically produced in a customized fashion, it is not to be produced within 180 days. Sometimes in order to produce them, it takes more than a year. So the government has reached out to the National Bank to once again extend the period of foreign exchange revenue for them. Again, the National Bank is ignoring them. They're not approving this decision. They're not considering, they're just ignoring it altogether like it's never existed. So do you think this is their negligence? Is this intended? Is this a deliberate policy exercised by the National Bank? I don't know. But in the same regulation, the government also recommended to the National Bank to extend the terms of the foreign exchange revenue. I don't know why they did that, but they did that for the agrarian raw materials. But the National Bank did that in 3 weeks in order to extend the revenues for the agrarian producers. And I think that this really goes in hand with the vision of the economic policy. But that's not something that we need, because raw materials, you're welcome, but the machinery, which is so complicated, with the help of which we have to produce different shells and weaponry. So the National Bank really have to present their comments. It shouldn't be just ignored. Maybe you don't know, but the foreign trade for us is negative 29 billion since last year. So, and it keeps growing negatively. So dear exporters, and the range of the questions that you always present to us, to our line committee, all of the answers to your questions, they have to be assigned by the name of the people who are there in the National Bank of Ukraine. And they most of the time do not return, don't get through to the people that sent letters to them. Another thing, recently on the National Bank, they have published their strategy, the Financial Fortress of Ukraine, are highly fascinating, interesting, and I do recommend that you download it. And there he speaks, the title is The Financial Fortress. There are lots of different slogans. And Metro, when he was speaking about that, and I think this is a breakthrough, the National Bank says that one of its goals to pursue is to facilitate the development of the national economy. We definitely need to introduce this to the Constitution of Ukraine, because previously they flatly disagreed with the statement, but now nothing stops us from recognition. As soon as we have this legislative opportunity, let's do it. So talking about the real sector of economy, I saw nothing in this strategy. The word export was mentioned just once there, meaning export logistics as an expression, that's all. So this is not the subject matter of the National Bank's activities, but something which is part of their strategy is communication. And they identify different programs, like, let me remember how they put it there. The programs of preferential credit is identified as a thread. The National Bank identifies the programs identified by the Cabinet of Ministers, by the executive authorities of the government as a threat. So see what's happening. I think it's is this... I suppose that the National Bank definitely need to comment on this dual interpretation. They have to be bold enough to make such statements. Are there any people who are taking advantage of 579 program? Naturally, everyone is using that, because at the beginning of the war, this was the only affordable source of financing. And clearly, they're making sure that the discount rate is presenting in such a way that this is highly unprofitable for businesses to take these credits, and for companies to take some capital in order to produce shells or whatever. The government needs to compensate for that, and the National Bank says that this is a huge threat. I beg your pardon. Additionally, probably you have already received some letters of happiness saying that if within 6 months the government hasn't compensated you, then the company should go for this discount rate. Don't raise your hands if you have received these letters. I know that you are quite a few. So this situation has also been generated by the inactivity of the National Bank. So this term has been increased for 6 to 9 months, but the National Bank for 1.5 years have been refusing to do anything in this respect. So according to the National Bank, it's 6 months. According to the government regulation, it's 9 banks, and the banks keep sending these letters of happiness, and they keep saying, are you not communicating with the banks? So once again, that's something that needs to be reverted to the bank, and such examples are numerous. But once again, when we talk about foreign exchange revenues and we talk about exporters and their access to cheap money, all of these issues are important enough for us to engage in the conversation with the National Bank. So with your permission, Mr. Dnipro, maybe on the basis of our parliamentary committee, as part of the parliament oversight, let us start this conversation, because it seems to me that the National Bank will definitely have to exert its very important and positive influence, and this influence needs to be started now. Thanks a lot. It's crucial that we have already started this conversation. Let's give a round of applause. And we also have here a representative of the National Bank. So your mission is going to be highly responsible, dear lady, because it seems to me this discussion not only about the foreign exchange control and oversight and other issues raised here requires very important cooperation. When we talk about the export and players in this market, insurers of the banking sector, we need to understand the value of the strategy for the Export Credit Agency through 2030. When it is set out, all of the parties involved need to understand where we are moving, which lines we are moving along, because miscommunication or lack of frequency of interaction can be detrimental, and we need to make sure that all of the stakeholders, the National Bank and the Ministry of Economy, of course, the key stakeholders, the Line Committee of the Parliament and 2 representatives sitting here have already raised the issue concerning their vision. So the way you see it in the National Bank, if you can answer the questions posed by them, how can we intensify the cooperation of all of the stakeholders on the platform of the Export Credit Agency, which is a key agent here. Thank you. Greetings, everyone. First of all, the issues raised, they are much broader than just the issues of the strategy and the activities covered by the Export Credit Agency, which we are here to discuss. We, as the National Bank of Ukraine, highly value cooperation with all of our stakeholders in the economy of Ukraine. But the point is that on the one hand, we have been endeavoring to participate in this event as much as we can. And on the other hand, a monetary committee hearings are taking place, and tomorrow we'll be speaking about the keys rates. Therefore, for us, it's right now the moment of silence. We are not presenting any comments on economic issues for the time being, not any issues to do with the forecasts of the economic development. Therefore, the governor hasn't been able to participate in this gathering today, so that we do not violate our practices and procedures compliant with the policies of the central banks worldwide. The issue of how the National Bank identifies the rules to return foreign exchange revenues and the principles of this control are to take into account all of the conditions which are right now in place in the market. We know the demand and supply in the market and the balance of export and import. We are fully aware of advantages and risks of different decision making. Therefore, any steps that we can undertake in order to alleviate and ease up the life of the economy are taken by us. But when we see that the risks prevail over the advantages of certain decisions taken, we have to postpone them or we cannot approve them. We have been functioning under the full-scale war. Our foreign economic activity, you know it very well, is very different from usual customary life. Therefore, we cannot afford right now to live without a number of restrictions imposed, which is why we have all of the norms present in different regulations. Some things can complicate the life of business. We are trying to take all of the steps which after a while will help us to shed them, but at the same time we definitely have to account for all of the huge imbalances which prevail in our economy. I cannot provide any more comments because right now it's the regime of silence, and we have to adhere to that. Another thing to say concerning the Constitution of Ukraine. Within the law of Ukraine, it's enshrined that one of the goals for the existence of the National Bank is to facilitate the economic development. It's goal number 3, and only if it does not contradict goals 1 and 2. And number 1 is to promote low economic inflation and promote economic growth. Number 2, that's why what it says in our strategy and the strategy of the financial sector development is also a focus on the economic development. After we have ensured stability of prices, and after we have corroborated and confirmed that we have enabled financial stability, at least this is our vision. Of course, there is its own specificity, making sure that we are no regulator of the financial market and no agency to make sure that we can target economic development. And in this case, Export Credit Agency is the agency that regulates this activity. I thank Mr. Ruslan for highlighting that we have to work on making sure that the culture of insurance promotes the development of this market. And onwards, by the way, this was also written in our strategy, this market will grow more and more competitive. And here it's super important to ensure that in your strategies, you also underscore these things concerning the development of the insurance market at large. Despite the fact that some kinds of insurance during the full-scale war are highly complicated, we can still witness that over the last years, the scope of insurance premiums is growing, not only with Export Credit Agency, but with all institutions. So insurance is living and breathing. It keeps going on. And starting with April this year, the National Bank will finally recover its requirement for special security requirements. For a while, it was disconnected in our legislation and legal and normative acts. Our market was under the terms of strict transformation. We didn't have insurance for war risks, and this term at that time was slightly artificial. However, right now we can get it back and reclaim it. So this is one other impetus to make sure that insurance grows in its amount and scope. We can see that another draft law is being actively discussed, and I hope that it will be approved about insuring war-related risks. It's also a larger scale story than that chunk that was taken up by the Export Credit Agency in its time, and it's also a prerequisite to ensure that we can liven up other risks that accompany the core risks. But when you insure your assets, you can also insure your property from other things. So this market will definitely be potentially growing richer and more saturated. So rivalry and competition will be, of course, growing. And in competition, you can win too when you have high quality and speedy services, high quality service delivery. And something that concerns us very much and that we always pay attention to is also a high level of solvency and good governance, good management, risk management. So once again, speaking about the strategy, I'm much comforted that all of these aspects like service digitalization and process digitalization, improving the risk management system are identified as separate components of the final end game. We can see certain progress achieved, and we hope that this progress is not going to be stemmed, but it will continue. And overall, as a regulator, we will continue interacting with both the market and ECA so that you can perform and deliver on your strategy and you can see its positive impact on the market.
Let me pose another question here. There is a legislative requirement here, so but talking about flagship initiatives, this is not going to have an influence on the cost of insurance contracts, provided that we do not lift foreign exchange control. If the insurance case comes, we discussed it during the last 2 years at previous forums. So is there any prospect that this thing can be reviewed with profile associations and line committee of the parliament? Is there any prospect of this discussion? Because this could reinvigorate the demand for this service. We could reinstate this culture of insurance and avoid non-payment. Because in B2B scheme, in B2C scheme, we could have a fine direct interaction where the exporter could just access the website and just take advantage of the product, of the service. But because of foreign exchange control, there is no demand for this. Well, we had an invitation to participate in the discussion in the line committee. And after that discussion, we are going to have a decision made, positive or negative. But the foreign exchange control is of critical importance these days for us to have a control over what's happening with our foreign trade operations. So let's imagine that we have an insurance case, the ECA compensated that, the exporter says, what are the claims to me? But then the state says that you have to just give the foreign exchange revenues. So this is just obvious that the foreign exchange control here could be taken up by the ECA here. In this respect, we have to discuss it in this manner. Who is responsible for the foreign exchange control, or on the other hand, we could discuss whether we have to cancel it. As for the previous insurance cases, they have not been insured in every case. So there may have been some reasons to do it. There may have been prerequisites in order to confirm the fact of loss in accordance with the insurance case. So all these things have to be taken into consideration. Moving on to the head of board of the EC8, there were cases where we had payments for the export operation, where we had no payment. So in terms of business processes, how this could contribute to bolstering demand, or is this the sole bottleneck preventing the demand for this kind of service? Just some of my considerations on foreign exchange control. I think that here it's still early days to pose this question to the National Bank of Ukraine on its position on this issue, because the National Bank in its instructions takes into account the order of the Cabinet of Ministers. This order has to be changed before the National Bank allows the banks to lift foreign exchange control on such operations. So this is a big question. Within the framework of our work on our strategy with the World Bank, we identified it as a factor that allows us to answer the question of why we have less than 4% of insurance coverage for our foreign trade activities. We're in close contact with the Ministry of Economy to initiate this change via changing the order of the Cabinet of Ministers. And then, secondly, this option will be considered by the National Bank. We have had preliminary contacts with the National Bank. The National Bank supports us, but the Cabinet of Ministers is the one to take the first step. Let us talk about with the chairman of board of the EC8 on behalf of Mr. Sergei Vanuta in the context of strategy and the development of this product, which could be a flagship product to move beyond the 4% share. So what is the view of the Ministry of Economy, the National Bank here? We have approval from the Line Committee of the Parliament, so perhaps on that basis we could do this because we have been discussing it for more than a year now. Well, first of all, let me give you my considerations on the strategy. This is quite a high-quality document. What is of interest to me in this document, returning to your question, is that we keep mentioning the SMEs. We may not feel it, but many things are going on in this respect. The ECA is seeing corporatization trends. So what is going on was supposed to have taken place 15 years ago. When mentioning the small and medium-sized enterprises, in terms of my practice, I remember in 2014, when the war started, at that moment, the export and credit agencies refused to take up the risks, to cover risks. But at that moment, those enterprises were generating major revenues. We got accustomed to that situation, and in reality, there was no one to turn to in Ukraine at that point. We tried to learn the Polish experience and adopt it here, but that was not quite successful, so we tried to learn the Western experience of insurance. So at this point, we understand two things. We are creating an expert who can discuss this matter, because major exporters have somehow faced this issue before, talking with other major players. But for small and medium enterprises, when in my discussions with Hermes or factoring, for instance, these institutions can be experts who can explain how to use products for SMEs. So we are just really copying and pasting what has been used in other countries. The ECA, in communicating with its client can just set a tone and basically determine the requirements to be complied with. What we are seeing now is that the state company is transforming into a joint stock company, and this implies a change in documents, financial documents. A lot has to be changed a lot in terms of accounting. After you come to the client, you have to communicate with him. So when you have reports, documents supplied to the National Bank, they're pretty critical in terms of content. This also indicates a lot. When working with the ECAs in foreign countries, well, the presence of qualification of expertise is pretty important. So you have to explain all those requirements to your client in terms of how to use certain products. This is an interesting matter. The best thing that has happened to us over these 5 or more crises is the fact that we have those crises. At that critical juncture, you have to change as much as possible to open the gate into the future, into the next day. We at the Export Credit Agency agree on that. So if we have limitations from the National Bank, we need to understand that we are discussing obvious matters for an unnecessary long amount of time. All of us understand here, and not much has to be done in order to change it. Limitations in terms of portfolio of investments, in terms of components of foreign trade contracts. At times we have these discussions with Ruslan, and he presented some examples. War conditions can, in some respects, limit export activities, but still we have to broaden the number of markets where we have the export credit insurance. The situation this year is much better than it used to be, but the logic is that we have a very transparent credit agency that can be even more active, whose activities can be intensified. We can do 10 times more. Success stories are not that many these days. In terms of corporate management, the relations are much better between the key actors here in terms of the processes. So we are a role model in terms of how to conduct this corporate management. We build trust on that basis, and via relations with the client, we can move on. This is a good example of corporate management. So restrictions have to be lifted. They are obvious. There is nothing extraordinary. So it is clear that the market is being limited because of those restrictions. I'm not sure whether I answered your question. Well, in terms of corporate management, the prospect of increasing the capital, that is something that the ECA could do. We have had investment insurance starting from $1 billion, million dollars. So you insure it one time, and that amount is not enough because at the end of the year there's no capital anymore. So what are the options when talking about equity in terms of the decisions to issue this money from the budget? Well, there are limitations in terms of legislation that the state has to possess the 50% share. There are some possibilities in legislation, but still restrictions have to be lifted if we are planning to attract investors as minor investors. For instance, they could come from the exported credit agencies in European countries. So we need to make sure that they see some point into investing in Ukraine. So not infusing enough capital is going to yield ineffective results, and this is the policy of the state at the moment. There's always a shortage of capital in the country. Well, talking about corporate management, so what kind of communication? What is going to be the signal to the Ministry of Economy? What is the time horizon? Who's going to resolve this? Because you keep talking that ensuring the necessary amount of capital is important for small and medium-sized enterprises, and the amount of money provided now is not enough, which means that they have to turn to foreign markets in search of capital. It's important that there is the key point here is that the money have to be provided for concrete initiatives, and the Export-to-Credit Agency has a role to play here. So donors are making sure that not only the state is accountable for these actions, rather instead they have created the ECA on a transparent basis with a corporate culture of work. So here we have a positive result if we judge based on the indicators. So this is just a matter of a separate program that has to be supported. I have discussed this with donors. They are not present here, and Ruslan can mention much more about it. But in terms of supporting all possible directions and lines, we could discuss very concrete things, very concrete programs. This is not necessarily about financing. Perhaps there could be some government guarantees. Reinsurance is also discussed in the strategy, but we have a realistic viewpoint in here. This is not going to be done that easily. Our in work conditions, of course, the reinsurance can be discussed. In terms of government guarantees, we have to consider limitations too. At the moment, we cannot say that they are working. We can see that state support in the terms of 579 program is available. I do not really remember how it's laid down in the strategy, but it needs to be a working element. Let us move on to questions from the audience to have a discussion. Mr. Oleg is writing, greetings to participants. Ukrainian companies have a bigger ambition in using more instruments entering foreign markets via its affiliates. Are there any other hybrid instruments for exporters via the ECA or other state agencies? So perhaps someone here would like to take the floor. Please, Mr. Dmitro. Taking this opportunity, I would like to give my reaction to Sergei Vanuta's remarks about privatization of the ECA. Well, the 50% share of the state in the statutory capital is there for a reason. The ECA is not a commercial enterprise to earn money and to get revenues. Rather, the ECA is the instrument of realization of state policies for supporting exporters. Not all exporters, but only those who are engaged in non-commodity exports. So, on the question whether we are going to expand our activities to commodity exports, the answer is a vehement no. If there are some codes of technologically savvy products or perhaps some companies like Odessa Stalkanat could mention that for some reason they are not supported by ECA, this situation can be rectified. If talking about drones, for instance, well, the many drones that are used by the military today are basically civilian drones. This code, these products can be added to the list of support, and this could be done by via a new law. But commodity exports is a no-go. Talking about increasing the capitalization of the ECA based on its revenues in previous year, that is a good option that could be done. A few years ago, we managed to add capital to the ECA via government bonds. But talking about Kuki, such as Hermes and the other international players, Japanese players, this is also a good matter, good point. But the role of the state has to remain the same. Because if we find ourselves in a situation where international players govern the Ukrainian ECA, well, this is going to be precarious. So we do not really need to turn the ECA into a commercial structure. Important things have also been said about the amount of financing. The 7 billion of exports that the ECA has supported is just a minuscule amount. This is not something that the ECA was created for. Of course, it's growing and developing, but we dream about the ECA being a Sacha or Hermes with billions of euros in support. Is the ECA the instrument of supporting SMEs? The answer is a resolute no. We still have an idea of Ukraine as being a country of 40 million people, and we dream of getting people back from other countries. Well, this is not the case anymore. Has anyone any idea of a Daniele Italian company, which is a gargantuan company, or Siemens, for instance? So we are not supposed to suppose SMEs. We have to support the creation of major international businesses engaged in technological exports. So this is the right direction to go. There's also a question on the products that the ECA has to develop.
It seems to me our ECA has already grown from being a toddler. It is already grown stronger. So let us think about buyer's credit. It strikes me that this is probably something that all of the ECAs engaged in most of their time. And it seems to me it's prior to this discussion will also to involve the National Bank of Ukraine. Under buyer's credit, we can also make special monetary emissions because this is the money supported with certain goods to be bought abroad, and they will be taking credit in the Ukrainian hryvnias in order to buy such goods. And I think this is the subject for discussion. And buyer's credit is something which is a plan for us to identify which institutional organizational entity will be ready to launch it into operation. I think it would be perfect to ensure that all of the Ukrainian networks will be developing abroad. Of course, it's also a brilliant idea. The companies registered abroad, they took buyer's credit for Ukrainian producers in order to buy production in Ukraine and sell that abroad and to introduce foreign exchange into the Ukrainian economy in order to introduce the improvement to the Ukrainian economy and thus strengthen the Ukrainian hryvnia, which is the key priority for the National Bank's operations is. But we have some questions concerning utilizing different tools. One of the contributors says, he says that 100 to 200 million is the money that they apply for the capital of the ECA, but they say that they would like to make sure that such capital accessible faster than with the 2 months. And B2B model, of course, is good, and our procedure is just up to 2 weeks, and I think it's pretty available. All of the decisions are taken in our institution within 2 weeks at most on behalf of the ECA, if we talk about some customized products. Since the moment the bank sends us a package of documents, if it's complete, it takes one decision to take a decision, 1 week. So this is more to go for the banking board as an issue. But once again, we didn't answer the previous question. I read it more clearly, and the essence lies in the fact whether or not support will be issued to the investments that the Ukrainian businesses are making abroad when setting up their subsidiaries. This is my reading of this question. Let me express my personal viewpoint. Right now, we are not in this condition to incentivize the outflow of capital from Ukraine. In the law on the ECA, there is such a project to ensure the investments of the Ukrainian companies abroad. But frankly speaking, I suppose this is not proper time for us to do it. Since the middle of 2022, our products have preserved more than 7,500 different jobs. And I suppose that we don't want to demonstrate in our statistics how many jobs were created with the help of the ECA in Poland, for example, or elsewhere abroad Ukraine. So once the war is over, yes, this will be a classical tool to ensure national investments abroad, but however, not now, not for the time being, not in the foreseeable future. So our panel is going to wrap up in just 5 minutes. So on behalf of the International of the World Bank, Mr. Yevgen, I would also like to hear a few reflections concerning our discussion. So what is necessary to ensure, to make sure that this cooperation and interaction between different stakeholders within the platform of the ECA still continues? And what is the strategy of Export Credit Agency from your viewpoint should be? I will try not to speak in general terms. I will be cautious to present my viewpoint on the issues raised. Right from the very first note on the ECA issued some 6 years ago, we said that ECA's capitalization was a key point. On behalf of the World Bank, I cannot identify how it's supposed to be capitalized, but basically we can see it both now and back in 2024 and 2023. There were some precedents to capitalize on state-owned financial institutions with the help of state-owned bonds. So I think this is the tool that can be considered because given our limitations and restrictions, it has already reached its highest capitalization. The question is whether foreign investors will ever come and buy out 50% of that. I cannot say for sure. I think it's too early. But if this tool will demonstrates its efficiency, then it definitely needs to be supported, perhaps indirectly, via state-owned bonds. Another quick comment to make, a running comment to make. I can see that our time has already run out to engage in a more complicated discussion. But once again, let me repeat myself. In all of our projects with the Ministry of Economy, when we speak about financial aid, we never identified that the ECA should support or should not support particular sectors. If there is a particular competitive industry or sector which requires a support rendered to its exports, at the same time, the same producer can export its commodities and export the processed goods made of this commodity. Why shouldn't that both be supported, just as it happens in the world market? So I guess we have to speak about principles here. And the principle is competitive and absolute advantages that Ukraine can gain when participating in international markets. Thank you. Thank you. Now let us address Mr. Vanyuta, Mr. Sergey, your final reflections as a result of this discussion, perhaps an input, something that you haven't articulated yet. I have just thought about Export Credit Agency being not meant for SMEs. I would say Apple was also a small and medium-sized company in its day. My point is, a lot will change in our business. New leaders will pop up. Look at the military-industrial complex. Absolutely stark new businesses are coming up. They're coming here to stay and stay for long. And God bless the story of the Export Credit Agency to go to a higher level. Right now, the scope is really very small, and I agree with the representative of the World Bank. Once again, we have to have a look at in a more comprehensive way. Exports need to be supported. As of now, risks are high. Everyone is having difficult times. And the state policy needs to reflect that. Mr. Dmitro, thank you for the floor. I will repeat myself. It's not even my opinion. This is a statistic. Commodity exports very infrequently need any support. This is just the given of the market. It's not only true about this period in history. Generally, this is always the case, except crisis cases. But during crisis, not much can be done to help them. Speaking about the choice between the small and medium-sized business, it's not even a choice. It's a matter of logic. When supporting large businesses, and their entry into external markets. We talk about incentivizing a multiplication factor and doing that from within Ukraine and at the expense of the large business here in the territory of Ukraine. When we expand its businesses export-wise, we can also increase the number of the small and medium-sized businesses which accompany, which service large businesses. I think it's a baseline story. It's no space science. In order to produce a sack of grain, it takes one company, but in order to produce a telephone, it takes probably a dozen companies, perhaps even 100 companies. This is usual practice when they begin to bet on the national champions, and that induces the development of a whole range of small businesses, medium-sized businesses that will produce spare parts for these champions. So this is the logic to pursue. And I think in this case, it will be much more efficient in terms of the resources invested, time spent for their expansion abroad. Thank you. Mr. Dmitro 2. Thanks. 3 brief responses to make. Whether the government needs to identify high priority sectors, it is the obligation and the sense for the government to exist. If the government identifies the rocket programs some 10 or 15 years ago, right now, instead of posting and citing the quotes of Mr. Adam Smith, we will be sending today rockets and missiles. So whatever the government needs to do is shaping policies. This is done in the US, in the UK, by Germans, by Koreans, and the Japanese, everywhere. And we have to pursue the same policy because otherwise the state will not be developing. The obligation of the government is to identify these priority sectors. Now we have identified them as broadly as we can. The military-industrial complex, of course, stands separate, and the processing industry. The second point to make, why are we doing so? The structure of our economy is very simple, similar to the British colonies in the 18th century. Right now we are consuming very expensive products and exporting our commodity goods. It's more than 70% right now, but the share of the production processing in our country is only 10%, whereas worldwide it should be at least 20%. So OECD says it's even half the amount that we have to be able to afford. So the amount of this processing industry is also much correlated with the poverty. So the higher is this processing level, the richer is the country, and vice versa. So it is the obligation of the government to identify these priorities. And secondly, if we talk about the purview for the ECA, if we need to support exports, and we can choose whether we support grain or machinery building, then there are no alternatives in response to this question, because the government has very much limited resources, and this needs to be channeled in a most efficient way in order to contribute to the employment, GDP growth, and other economic factors. And the third point to make, the influence of the National Bank on the real sector and of economy and export. Of course, it's very high and it's very little talked about. And I think that the National Bank, from its national fortress, it needs to come out of that, and it needs to begin to engage in a conversation about the real sector with the real sector. So, Ms. Pervin Dadashova, you have about 40 seconds, because we came up with the issue of capitalization for the ECA close to the end of our discussion. I'll be speaking about that. Now, the capital that the ECA has is good enough to continue its operations and increase its operations, because the overall scope of risks assumed is twice as low as the capital that it has. So I think this discussion is really proper. But suppose it's more about the future. However, today, the impediments in the way to expand the activities in the areas where these activities are ongoing are none, at least from my perspective. And our discussion is how our interaction with the ECA should take place as our subject. This discussion will still proceed. And clearly, with this amount of capital and this amount of operations, these will definitely be smaller size of projects like SMEs. On the other hand, we can see a lot of positive aspects relating to that, because the majority of companies in Ukraine are traditional clients of various international institutions. They are the scope of attention of the international insurance companies, and today they have an access to insurance products, and especially targeting investments coming from Ukraine. They are more historically active customers of such banks. However, SMEs began to enter this financial sector more powerfully and energetically during the time of the full-scale invasion, and the ECA's promotion of this area is a critical area, and it mustn't be underestimated. Therefore, even nowadays, with the capital we have, with the current plans for the future, this vector, it seems to me, can be very well developed in order to strengthen the economy of Ukraine and its export potential. Thank you. Mr. Ruslan, thank you. The development strategy for the ECA. Well, let me sum it up by saying that we are at the initial stage of implementing the strategy, and we are planning to fulfill that by 2029. One of the key elements of the strategy is the institutional development of the company, and as its component is the growth of our capacity, which depends on the capital we have. We started this discussion way ahead of time with our shareholder, with our foreign partners, to be able to troubleshoot for the situation, because nobody wants to end up being in a situation when your progress is stopped or suspended. But of course, at one point, the government provided its capital, but 90% of our capital is not state-owned. And the model that we run, it does not stipulate that we will be able to run operations which can be applied in other financial institutions in order to cover the shortage of capital. First of all, this is not going to be profitable for us. And secondly, in the end case, when we have to cover the regress, with that regress, we'll be able to cover all of our obligations in full scope. Therefore, we are well aware that, unfortunately, the government is in a predicament in terms of being able to cover such initiatives from the state budget. However, today we have referred to foreign ECAs. 95% of foreign ECAs that belong to the state utilize government support as government guarantees. For example, the Italian SACE, we have recently learned about that 40% of their aggregate revenue on an annual basis is the payment of the Ministry of Finance paid to them just because SACE performs a certain function on promoting Italian exports. We offered one of the instruments which is probably still available for our discussion. It's a state-owned guarantee, but non-standard one, not like we have it written down in the state budgetary documents. It may be also restricted in terms of its regress. Over the last 3 years, we have seen that there is no much burden on our capital in terms of payments, which means in 2018 and 19, when we were still part of the Ministry of Finance, we initiated and implemented a portfolio guarantee, which is still operational. And prior to that, the Ministry of Finance had issued huge guarantees. It was just one to the amount of billions of hryvnias, and it was a great burden on the state coffer when if the debtor couldn't settle his or her accounts. Now, within the framework of this product, a great number of credits, thousands of credits, within the scope of 579 product inclusive, are also covered by that. So it's a highly diversified portfolio. So if we say if this state-owned guarantee is to cover a great range of different products and programs, so it's not going to be a huge burden for the government. And what that is fraught with is something that we are not discussing publicly. However, it's still crucial, especially for the Ukrainian banks, to utilize our product. Yes, we are an acceptable product to meet your needs, but it was also perhaps one of the questions posed on in a Telegram question, whether or not the insurance contract will be taken account by the ECA to reduce the NSIM For the time being, it's impossible because we have the European practice in place and directives that say what needs to be done to make that a reality. So if we did have this foreign state-owned guarantee and the Ministry of Finance accommodated us, in the first place, the National Bank of Ukraine did that in 2022, and they said, unless you have this national state guarantee, then the quotient to meet your needs will be 0.08%. So this opens up a pathway to another option. If in the perception of the foreign legislation, if we have the state-owned guarantee, then we will become a public company. And a public company, in the understanding of the directives of the European Union, can reduce the burden on its capital within the scope of the respective directives. So if we are targeting 2029, the ECA becomes the center of offering financial services. If all of this gets implemented, all of these European norms, including changing the budgetary code, introducing new elements of state-owned guarantees, that is not going to increase or introduce any pressure on the state budget, this will be diversified, and we will end up having a lot more options in the future, and we will be working in a much better way with the Ukrainian banks. So let us give them a round of applause and thank them for their active discussion. I have just remembered a phrase: if someone really wants to live in real lives, medical science is helpless to prevent that. The same happens to the ECA. If the ECA seeks to become self-employed and also wants to exert a serious impact on the Ukrainian export development, then everything else that we have on the agenda is either tasks or costs and expenditures. So clearly, during this five-year period, a lot of capitalization and different toolkit is going to be applied all the way from securities to the state-owned guarantees as part of portfolio involving a share of capital, of course. New products will come up, like buyer's credit, as part of incentivizing buying the Ukrainian products when it's not our Ukrainian producers, but the buyers of the Ukrainian products will be incentivized. So we need to change our collaboration with the stakeholder and profile the National Bank of Ukraine, the line committee within the Parliament of Ukraine, the government. So we have to understand whether it's going to be a commodity or added value policy for us to become not just satisfactory, but prosperous country. But before we take a break, we would like to thank the participants of this panel discussion. We have separate thanks and credits to be issued to the participants. Here they are. We would like to thank the Committee of Economy in the capacity of Mr. Natalucha for the systemic, consistent support issued to the business and exporters of Ukraine and Export Credit Agency and all its initiatives. And let's keep working for the sake of our common development. Thank you. This is our common work. Two Dmitros and their joint common work. We can make a wish, stand between us, and your wish will be granted. Also, personal credit goes to Mr. Dmytro Kiselevsky for, I would say, his daily work. It seems like on a weekly basis, he keeps going to different towns and villages of Ukraine to communicate with local businesses for his dedication to supporting Ukrainian businesses. Thank you very much. And this one goes to Evgen Gribanyuk, a representative of the World Bank, for his invaluable support and help that we have received. We have been getting since last year, and within the framework of implementing this project, I think that we are guaranteed to stay together. Thank you. And now Ruslan is kindly inviting everyone to enjoy the coffee break. So let us be prosperous and discuss together how we can achieve that during the coffee break. The coffee is a
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the next panel of the Export Credit Forum. My name is Yuri Pivovarov. For the last 10 years, I've been head of the Kiev International Economic Forum. And today I have the honor to moderate a very riveting panel on ensuring investments. This is a trailblazing instrument in Ukrainian economy, which is of particular importance to attract international investments. And thanks to changes in legislation, last year the Export Credit Agency got the opportunity to insure investment risks. And now we are going to consider the first cases that have occurred in the Ukrainian economy. Earlier on, it was accessible only to international companies via MIGA, via DFC, but now the ECA and Ukrainian banks can insure investment risks, war-related risks, particularly. Let me invite to this floor Mikhailo Metko, member of the board of Ukrexim Bank, Yuri Kralov, chairman of the board of the MTB Bank, Ruslan Spivak, Director of Financial Institutions, Investment Banking and Business Strategy Department of Raiffeisen Bank. And joining us online, we have Janusz Wladychak, President of KUKE, Export Credit Insurance Corporation of Poland. Mr. Janusz, greetings. Colleagues, we already have the first cases in terms of insuring investment risks, and according to my information, MTB and Zetsko Risk Company represent the first case of that. So, Yuri, could you please give us a glimpse into how that happened, how it concluded, what difficulties did you face? Good afternoon, everybody. Indeed, Yuri, that's the truth. Just so happened that, by God's will, our company was the first. It is located in Lviv region. What I'd like to say is that it's really, this challenging times, everything depends on us, on the teams that we are facing, we're working with. On the part of the Export Credit Agency, we have received full support, and in terms of clients, we have had, well, I would say, some distrust, perhaps, because it's related to government affairs. You also need courage, because Ukrainians need it. This is the very first case when a relocated company, a displaced company, from the very beginning of its activities, we faced all the predicaments of wartime. At first, we received general financing on export contracts, and then we insured war-related risks for our investments related to increasing our production. Basically, we are working with the B2B sector. This is the company that works with packaging, with paint. So basically, our company produces these products. So in terms of the challenges that we have faced, I would say that we haven't faced any particular challenges. I had a separate meeting with my client, and the basic feeling is that the duties that the bank has were conducted in a on a resharing basis, and this creates comfortable conditions for us to move on in this challenging time that we are facing now. So What I'd like to say is that there have been no challenges really. There has been some mistrust, of course, but still we did together a small presentation for local Lviv businessmen in order to share our experiences with them. So you had loans for new equipment, right? New machines. Yes, we did. We received a loan for that purpose in order to increase our production. We received loans to finance our deals based on the current equipment that we had, but we also bought some new equipment. But then we realized that the demand was far bigger than the supply. So for that end, we received a loan in order to finance the purchase of new machines. So what risks did the ECA insure? Those risks were related to financial affairs, to damages, including the damage that was sustained due to wartime. Mr. Janusz, I would like to talk to you now. Mr. Janusz, do you hear us? Can you hear us, Mr. Janusz?
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Just yesterday, we got information that the corporation supported a Polish investment in Ukraine. So I guess that you have some very topical and very interesting news for us. Can you share it?
Sure. We had the pleasure to insure one of the investments in Ukraine. And it's not the large one, but we are very happy because except the large ones, we are seeing smaller deals coming to our desks at the moment. So it was a M&A being done by one of the Polish IT companies who already was present on the Ukrainian market and was an owner of one or two different Ukrainian entities. And now the company has had an idea to invest more money. So we've been happy because we've been approached by that company and at the same time by the Polish Development Fund and then their investment arm, who in fact injected equity into that transaction. And we insured that particular equity and we have it on our books. So in general, I think the transaction as such was around 2.5 or 2 million US dollars. So not the largest, as I said, but we are extremely happy that those transactions are coming to us. Except that, obviously, we are an active player on the Ukrainian market, trying to, from one side, to ensure the trade, from the other side, to ensure the political risk and the credit risk whenever it's needed.
Дякую. А є ще кейси страхування
Are there any other cases when Polish investments were insured in Ukraine? I mean, the deals that have been finalized, or perhaps some of them are in the pipeline. So could you please elaborate on that?
Of course, at the moment, we are an active player, so we are looking at a couple of different projects at the moment. In fact, from what I can reveal, it's that we've closed during the summertime last year. We've closed a pretty nice transaction, I think, because the transaction has been done for the Polish company together, and we reinsured MIGA, which is not the usual case. Usually MIGA reinsures others, whereas in that case, we tried to make that transaction together in a form that MIGA was already in that political risk insurance for a couple of years, and then we've entered into the reinsurance agreement for the new investment. I cannot reveal the name of the Polish company because they didn't want to, unfortunately. but we understand them from that perspective. This transaction was a large one. For the time being, it was around, I think, 40 million US dollars, so quite large, but fruitful for each side of that transaction. So we kind of shown to all the parties interested that even such unusual, let's say, approach could be used here in order to mitigate the risk. We are looking at currently as well on a couple of different transactions in terms of the investments. However, I think the level of the advancement of those transactions is quite basic. What I think it's worth to mention is that we are happy to take the risk, even in the political risk, even in that situation which we occur, which is sometimes unusual for some of the state agencies. But in considering how we approach the risk towards Ukraine from the beginning of the war, and even before the war, I think we are a good partner for our companies, but as well for the Ukrainian, let's say, banks and the economy in a broader, let's say, scale.
Дякую, дякую. Ми трошки пізніше.
Thank you very much indeed. We are going to return to your plans later on, but now I'd like to discuss another case from Ukrexim Bank, financed by this entity. So perhaps you could share with us more info on Willis company. As I understand, it's already part of your portfolio. This is actually the case when the client is lagging, the bank is lagging behind the client, because of regulation, because of certain conservatism, because of the stress related to the war, because of excessive carefulness. We try to look a very careful look at our client. But the client is developing at a much higher pace than we can. And this is a unique case, actually, because this is a pasta producer. During wartime, it turned out that demand for pasta is increasing in Ukraine. And because of that, the Willis company is searching for new opportunities. It has been able to find a big network of supermarkets in order to source its products. So it means that it lacks machinery, lacks equipment to produce more and supply those products. We had an extensive discussion on the amount of credit necessary for this company, and the full stop in this discussion was the investment insurance. Of course, Rivne region is in western Ukraine. It is at a far distance from the frontline battles, but still we needed to take those risks into account, and we witnessed readiness, willingness of the client to work. The client was aware of all the risks. It understood that investment insurance is not free of charge. So this case is more of an exception than a rule. So we still do not have an established system. We take a very careful look at the Export-to-Credit agency too. During previous discussions with the ECA, we had promises that ECA is going to have a credit rating instead of simple membership in the ban union. We discussed that the ECA has to acquire a certain level of trust for us to believe in their activities, and in order for banks to trust them more in general. So if we achieve this, then investment insurance is going to be a freely used interest, a freely used instrument. So this is our position at the moment. Thank you. Let me turn to the audience also. You can address your questions to the Telegram chat, but please be very, very brief. We do not need extensive questions as there is no time to read them out loud. How can we describe the access of Ukrainian production companies and export-oriented companies to investment insurance? Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think that we have to counter some myths here because the bank system does not give credits usually, but in our circumstances, bank credits have been issued to Ukrainian businesses, even those which were located just 5 kilometers from the front line. We have a playbook that was developed by risk management and business teams, and in all banks of our system, it is being applied because we maintain a close contact with all the actors. It turned out to be very reasonable and very effective, this playbook, I mean. Despite the fact that NBLs have increased so much, the recovery rate has been so successful that it enabled us to abandon those very careful policies. We saw that the market was not on the rise, but on the second year of the war, we saw that apart from 3-5 critical spheres, there were other spheres added facing those risks. And we still have this unchanged structure of economy, but thanks to the activities of the bank system and investment insurance, we can diversify to a certain extent those risks and to find new paths for development. Talking about agri, this is related to agricultural processing. During previous panel, we had Metro Kieslewski and other experts, and we are in close contact with them in order to find ways to make it happen more efficiently. The main thing is to avoid sugarcoating. We just need to take into account pure numbers. The share of credit in GDP is 8%, which is too low. So this is a home assignment for all of us, for the regulator, for the cabinet of ministers, all the other organizations, including international ones. So there is much work to do. In the general assets of the bank system, the share of loans is 17%. But we have that delayed demand here. This has been discussed extensively even before the war, because historically, the structure of investment credits, the share of investment credits did not exceed 15%. In 80% of cases, it is related to short-term deals, right? So basically, the situation was that we need to do something today, as opposed to long-term projects that were financed by equity. As of 2024, we can say that last year was an inflection point. So now we have a higher number of long-term projects. This has allowed a bank system to grow by 17%, which is more than 80 billion hryvnias of net growth. So if this is recalculated into dollars or euro based on devaluation, this is not that much. But still, we have acquired this during wartime. I have just returned from the Euromoney conference, and when we discussed how the bank sector has reoriented itself, I can say that our European partners are amazed. They are astounded. How have you been able to achieve this? We have done it thanks to a very open and transparent dialogue with partners. After 2014, the bank system has improved significantly. The banks are capitalized. They have that safety cushion of capital. We have professional expertise, which matters because before the global financial crisis of 2008, we had a different situation. Now we have more expertise. Our customers are more bankable now. So when we take into account the level of transparency of clients, the way they are doing business, this allows us to finance more projects. And this level of access to finance is going to grow. 8%, as I mentioned, is too low, of course, but during the full-scale invasion, this can also be perceived as quite a high number. Last year, we supported the 3 Bears company, which has accessed the Polish market too. We have countless of other examples where we have witnessed tangible results. When we financed the company, it entered new markets, acquired that multiplying effect, which enabled its growth. So if we consider the balance of top 15 companies, we can state that aggressive growth is happening, not only in terms of traditional instruments like base crediting, when cash is received, but also there are trade instruments, so trade investment. And last year was, well, can be said to be a year of trade investment. In addition to simple financing, basic financing, the clients have learned to use complex instruments like guarantees, structured financing, and this is the language that is spoken by investors abroad. The language of complex instruments. So if we are really speaking the same language, this means that we have made a tremendous leap forward. I keep saying that we do not need charity, we need foreign direct investment. And when I say FDI, this is about the values that we are building in Ukraine. So definitely the appetite is not really tangible in Ukraine. This is not like we had the case like before the war, before the invasion. But businesses approach us, reach out to us. They are more open than they were 2 years ago at the beginning of the invasion. And the base scenario is still, unfortunately, that the war is going to rage on. But if we have a just peace, a fair peace in Ukraine, we are going to have a completely different banking system and a completely different access to banking finance, and banks are getting ready for that.
It's very interesting. And now let us talk more about these plans for the future. But at this point, let us talk more about the insurance instruments for war risks, against war risks, for investment financing, because not all of the banks have been involved in this on their own initiative. And I would like to hear what's wrong with that. Why is it the case? Clearly, the instrument has just been launched into operation, it's just gaining its own swing, but there are definitely some barriers in the place. There was a very good message made by my previous speaker, by my predecessor, and he said the ECA has a highly professional team, and this is very much pleasant to work with them, but there are some limiting factors. The capital, which is inadequate. We understand 10 or 12 large agreements, and the capital is gone. Therefore, we cannot concentrate exclusively on ensuring against war and political risks, because there's a standard guarantee in place, which will also make some capital consumption. This is point 1. And point 2 to make, it's a bottleneck to do with regress and other conditions and terms which are included in agreements, because it's about managing expectations, including clients' expectations. Because when an insurance accident comes, there may be some uncertainties fraught with that. Therefore, a lot of work needs to be done for the customers and clients to understand how this mechanism operates. Of course, it's about the cost, And another big issue is to do with the rating, because we understand the sovereign rating of a country is low. I mean, the rating of Ukraine. And the sovereign rating, that is to say, all of the government-owned companies that represent Ukraine, they also enjoy a particular rating. So for international players, this is more a comfort factor than a guarantee. Than obtaining the international rating and risk sharing, let me put it this way, for the activities of the ECA itself is gaining in importance to make sure that more players will join and get on the board. But the market is getting ready slowly but surely, and I can see that more banks will be joining this year, but the matter of capital will still remain a major bottleneck. Mr. Janusz, now I'd like to get back to you and talk a little about the plans of your or your company. What your plans are on ensuring investments in Ukraine? What are the factors that you take into account when you select companies? What industries do you target? Where is it that you're looking forward to?
So thank you for the question. Yes, the plans are quite similar to what we had in the past when we started working on the whole, let's say, ecosystem of rebuilding Ukraine as an ECA. We do have a kind of complex system which we are using on a daily basis. But in terms of, let's say, real plans, and hearing what my predecessors here have just spoken, I think, first of all, when we are looking at potential, we are, in fact, in majority of cases, looking at the private companies. Due to the risk perspective and the profile currently, we're not looking at any type of investments from I'm saying about Ukrainian side, because please remember that at the same time as we are supporting the investments of Polish companies in Ukraine, we are as well able to join forces together with Ukrainian banks and ECA Ukraine in order to finance investments in Ukraine of private Ukrainian companies and some foreign investors. Even though you don't see there any Polish company through the supply chain, if it's a kind of especially an infrastructure type of project, then we could be present there, because through the supply chain we can come up with some Polish content, which will allow us to put our guarantee on top of the financing. So considering that fact, if we look at the investments in Ukraine from the Ukrainian company's perspective and the foreign investors' perspective, excluding Polish companies, we are looking obviously on the private market only. We would love to touch public or government-owned entities, but we are allowing it only on at the moment on the basis of, let's say, ensuring trade receivables. So it's just like a flow business. Investments so far, not really. We need to look at, and that's a problem of, I think, all major ECAs nowadays, where ECAs are looking at what might happen with the budget of Ukraine as such, and how the situation will look like if this debt of the country is sustainable enough in order to handle, let's say, some cases. And we don't expect, even, to be honest with you, to those, let's say, governmental projects to appear soon and us to be able to participate. We think it will be more financed through grants and potentially any type of a bilateral G2G lending facilities than the commercial market. That's why we focus on the private market. We see a couple of projects at the moment, and that's what is worth to underline. We all like to share the risk. So whenever the project is Polish, whenever project is German, Dutch, Danish, or British, all the agencies and all the parties involved love to share the risk. So we are sharing the knowledge of the projects, we are sharing the risk profiles of the companies, and we are looking how we can cooperate in order to mitigate the risk on our books. And this is something which, to be honest with you, we haven't seen so strongly in other cases. So, we are working together, obviously, as ECAs in many places around the world, but here in Ukraine, we are seeing that this need and the willingness to cooperate is even further. It's even stronger. So, so we are happy about that because it means that we will be doing business in Ukraine in terms of supporting the investments, and at the same time, we'll be doing that business together. So, despite some notion of competition, we will be working and cooperating. And this is something which is important, especially that some of the ECAs obviously had history of being present on the Ukrainian market before the war, and some didn't. So some who didn't, they are afraid of entering. So our ECA, German ECA, for instance, we're more than happy to lead some of those transactions, or at least to help to facilitate them, obviously together with financial institutions. So just to conclude, from our perspective, we're open not only for the Polish investments, but as well for the need of Ukrainian companies. For from time to time, they are coming to us and asking us about possibility of financing certain projects, and considering that nowadays there are less obstacles than, for instance, 1 year ago, and mainly I might speak about lifting the moratorium of payment by the National Bank of Ukraine. Then we see more of those transactions coming in the nearest future, hopefully. Fingers crossed for that.
Дякую, дякую. Дуже приємно чути про.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a great pleasure to hear about such cooperation. And a clarification point to ask. You're considering different industries, right? IT, agrarian sector. Are you prioritizing it in any way? Energy sector in particular? Is it important for you that the company is export-oriented, or can a company also work locally in its domestic market? Does it matter?
From our perspective, it doesn't really matter. We're not trying to prioritize any project. For us, each project is extremely important. Each project we take as a challenge, and we try to help. From the perspective of potential customers of ours and the projects in Ukraine, if we used to work with, and we are working with investors which are, let's say, purely Ukrainian companies, but as well the foreign investors who invested or who are willing to invest in Ukraine. And it really, for us, doesn't matter from which country and what sector those guys are representing. The most important thing is that either the project will be in a way performed. So let's say if it's a building of a new factory, then and the investor is a Ukrainian company, then we will be demanding, in order to be in the transaction, that at least 20, maybe 30% of potential goods for that particular factory will come from Poland. Because at the end of the day, obviously, we need to support the Polish export. That's what we are for. But we are not looking if the Ukrainian company will be exporter at the end of the day, or it will serve purely domestic market.
Дякую, дякую. Пане Юрію.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now, Mr. Yuri, I would like to get back to you. We understand now that all of us are working in conditions of uncertainty with very high risk. So how is your bank adapting and adjusting its work, its products, its relations with its customers under the given conditions? Could you also speak a little about the future? Thank you. First of all, communication, the way I see it, must exist both between the bank and its customers, because they usually say a banker is a kind of a doctor, a physician, who should understand where the customer is going, which way he or she is pursuing. I do not support that for the CA there's not enough capital and this is the only impediment. No. My experience speaks in favor of another point to make. Let us speak more along practical lines. From the beginning of the war, we have all been looking forward to our victory. And we keep saying that it'll come soon, but we have been through this war the third year running. And with all due respect to all of our exports, the main investor for us is the Ukrainian, and the main banking sector supporting Ukraine is the Ukrainian bank. When I have different meetings, because it's very much important for us to understand how the market is moving and what the customers need. So at different meetings with owners, chiefs, managers, financial directors, we always talk to them about their needs and if they need any financing. So most of the time, the companies that have experience in exporting, more or less, things have been sorted out for them. Yet, when you begin to pose questions slightly differently, like, how is your commercial department operating? And if the commercial department is fulfilling all of the tasks, of course, I'm talking in anonymized fashion, but believe me, for the majority of companies, the situation is pretty much the same. Commercial departments are rejecting, declining new deals because they understand that the existing capacity are more or less strained. They already have existing customers in one way or another adjusted. They are paying prepayments, or they have assumed acceptable risks in terms of postponing payments. So the commercial departments most of the time decline new deals. Therefore, we understand for ourselves that we have to get together our clients in order to understand that the commercial departments within these companies, together with the financiers, have to be present at such presentations. It's indispensable. And at such presentations, presenting some case studies, we immediately begin to say to them and explain how our Ukrainian producers can increase their capacity and production. We understand that right now it's very much demanding for us to take on new challenges, because look at how everyone works. They have more or less some contracts to fulfill, they have a payroll to pay, and they say, well, we will see how it moves on. But when we speak about increasing the capacity, about investments, this is all about creating new jobs. These are new risks for the owners. And if we as a banking sector, it's true, sometimes we may not be speedy enough. There is a little inertia in place. But if with the help of such state-owned instruments as the ECA, which is a fantastic initiative, we can support you as the main industry, which should open up horizons to our country. Instead of saying that we are not an appendage, a commodity appendage or a raw material appendage to other areas of the world, we can produce our own high-quality products. And we have some advantages, and we are all very well aware of the situation 15 years ago when a duty was imposed for solar panels, and how the situation has changed, has been pivoted around since then in terms of our presence with sunflower oil. Sunflower oil is meant. The same, I think, should be also true about other areas. And I very much am in support of the committee and the ECA that this is a very good, it's a fine rule in order to support the brave Ukrainian producer, in order to facilitate added value made here in Ukraine. So our example and our movement is there, where there is the market and where our Ukrainian producer can do and manufacture things that can distinguish us as Ukrainian producers in the markets where they are willing to be present. A round of applause. Thank you. What is the dynamics in terms of your project financing over the last years, probably it's pretty much easier right now to finance the working capital and turnover capital. Thank you, Yuri. I wouldn't like to speak about that much because we haven't come here to talk about these things. I wouldn't like to take up so much time for my own bank. I mean, the dynamics is very positive. And the growth following the full-scale invasion, I suppose that not only I, but all of other colleagues present here, you can see the overall situation, that the overall credit portfolio in our credit system has increased. The same has happened to my bank, MTB Bank. Once again, let me say that I'm very much appreciative of the owners of the businesses present in the Ukrainian market, creating this added value. I understand how difficult it is to be competitive in the international markets. Therefore, we keep reiterating that the banking system, and I couldn't agree more, it's stuck different right now in terms of its quality, knowledge of our credit managers, lending managers, because right now the first and foremost, the competitive cutting edge of our Ukrainian of our customers, it's the cash flow of our clients. That's the first thing that we regard. And then the security, the comfort factors that can present to us. So liquidity is enough, is adequate. All of the citizens in Ukraine, they trust the banking system in Ukraine thanks to the decisions taken by the government of Ukraine. You remember those complicated times, the panic that we had some time ago. So we have the liquidity, the knowledge is there. I thank our international partners for that. So for the most part right now, our concern is not to argue, to keep together and look forward to where we can contribute more to added value together and move into international markets, increase exports and decrease imports. Thank you. Mr. Mihailo, Ukrexim Bank, your bank, how is it changing under the current terms and situation? How are you changing your portfolio products to adapt to this complicated, challenging time?
Well, in fact, I can only corroborate all the statements made above. The bank system as a whole, and we in particular, have been dealing with this predicament. Ukraine in general has been changing its outlook and the older textbooks written by macroeconomists before the war, because the way that events have unfolded in the country, resisting such a powerful aggressor, and is even increasing its exports, bolstering its manufacturing capacity, and has growth in GDP with inflation at just 10 to 12%, and we say that this is too much already. I think that after what we have achieved, we can reconsider many of international standards that existed before the war. Talking about us in particular, we are watching the direction in which the businesses are going. Banks seem to lack the business logic. They start going into new types of projects, new areas, when the stress is no longer there, when it has been calibrated, and when they have a complete understanding of all the risks from the projects, from return on investment. So instead of that, we have to consider where the businesses are going, not the banks, because the businesses are far more responsive to new opportunities. They understand better where to invest their funding. Just a short time ago, we were expressing our grudges about the green investment, about the green turn, but then we realized that if we did not have this green development of green technologies, we would not know how to survive the blackouts now. So now we have a freer market where the price of electricity, well, of course, is not going to be cheaper, but still. It's now obvious that imported goods are going to become much more expensive for Ukrainian customers, and this presents a huge opportunity for Ukrainian producers. We have a good number of cases that we have implemented with the involvement of the Export and Credit Agency. which is important. And I keep saying that crediting is my favorite topic because there are so many ideas that can be discussed. So perhaps you could share some of those cases. With ECA, we have realized one of the cases where the client used the ECA insurance in order not to repair, but to remake their those cartridges for exporting wine. We had a very complicated case with another client, but we used the ECA guarantees in order to cover the performance bond that our contractor had to the Polish client. We talked about Willis already. So we had more demand for investment loans, investment crediting. So here the share of insurance is well is quite good. We are moving in the right direction, I would say. Our aim is to bolster the crediting amount. So be our guest. And it seems to me that the audience would be interesting in financing imports. But actually, we are more in favor of creating conditions for financing exports. As for importing raw materials to be then processed in Ukraine for exports, well, that could be an idea because now we have Mr. Trump in America who can create the risk of some changes, negative changes in this respect. So is there anyone who could answer that? Well, it depends on what kind of imports we are discussing. Talking about imports of machinery, there is an ECA instrument on that, but it deals with exporters solely. Of course, talking about technological products, well, this could be a venue for creating value added. Some chemical enterprises in Ukraine are dependent on raw materials imported from abroad. So, at any rate, it's always better to import raw materials, process them in Ukraine, and then export the ready-made product abroad than to import that ready-made product into Ukraine. So, of course, we have enough instruments for that, and the ECA is the example. I just propose that we do not segregate the clients because every legal entity, every business in Ukraine is creating jobs. Every such business is promising. It creates value added for the GDP. It pays taxes. And it can become a future job provider for veterans. So it's performing its social function. So we as a system, as a banking system, have to do our utmost to ensure that every legal entity or entrepreneur have access to capital and high-quality banking services. This is our mission. There's another mission, a state mission, to develop such programs as to encourage import substitution. There are programs already put in place, like cashback, launched by the Cabinet of Ministers, and this is a clear signal that exports and the production of Ukrainian products is a priority. But if we have importers performing their economic functions, we are going to support importers too. Ruslan, you are responsible for cooperation with international financial institutions, and I would like you to share your life hacks, your advice on what instruments are more suitable for Ukrainian businesses, how to work with IFIs. So perhaps you could give us some information on that. Okay, thank you. Let me start with one story. Once in 2019, I was in Brussels and we had a discussion on banks. We had neobanks, we had many entrepreneurs in the hall. One of them stood up, made a presentation. It was quite good, and then he just said, "What are you What are you discussing? Banks are or either risk averse or ready to take risks. So they are very late in terms of reacting to respond, reacting to demand from the client. So the time is gone when we can build some strategies and build some products that is not connected to the client. So risks are going hand in hand with the clients. So we need to take into account how the client is dealing with the risks. So banks have to take that into account because that helps us make our programs and our criteria more adaptive in order to ensure that we cover the existing demand. Going back to the present day programs, today around 30% of credits in the system are covered by risk sharing programs. Before 2017, on this market, we had a close circle of players, supranationals, like IBID, IFC. They had trade programs, they had autonomous programs too, or they could work on a case-by-case basis, which took a long time, but that was a source of reputation for them, and that made the company a better company. After 2019, when we had IBF facilities and IBAD programs, we had portfolio guarantees, which enable us to issue credits for clients with a bit worse financial terms or for clients in more geographically risky areas, which is closer to the current realities. And this gives me much comfort because state banks, as a rule, were not included into these programs. In wartime, all state banks now have access to these programs. Banks with foreign capital have access to all the international programs. So what are the main players today? IFC, DFC, EAB, and many others, less renowned institutions. But all the banks which are present here, with very few exceptions, have access to the programs that I mentioned, which allows covering around 50, 60, or even 80% of investment risks. But apart from that head-on approach, we also can derive some expertise from these programs because many of them have that technical element. They have either cashback or a grant that can allow us to implement the best practices, ESG, for instance, which help clients structure their businesses. So this is becoming a norm. I would also like to dispel some myths because we speaking at length about big international structures and client goes to me. I've heard about that mega. It had some sort of a project in Lviv covering war-related risks, and this is such a good thing. Do you know any way I could get in? Well, you can get on a plane to Washington and handle it in that way, but there is no scaling up of that program. Talking about ECA, I have a tremendous amount of respect for Kuka. We had a couple of meetings in Warsaw, and I'm grateful to the proactive position that you have. We also have the proactive stance of Dutch ECA, for instance, which is engaged in tangible projects. These cases are few and far between, but their number is going to increase. They provide coverage for 90 to 95%. So this is a no-go. The other thing is the interest rate. Previously, it has been believed that getting finance abroad was easier, but now Ukraine is in the seventh group, which means that the share of foreign capital is going to be not bigger than 8%. So there are some proposals at 3%, of course, but I'm not going to comment on that. The standard is from 5 to 7% for all the clients denominated in euros or in dollars. And as opposed to that, we have 11 to 12% in Ukraine. Of course, we can challenge the situation as to why Ukraine finds itself in such a situation, but that's a completely different matter. Apart from the international players that I have mentioned, this market is just at the inchoate stages of its development. So few institutions are really going to insure these risks. Many people claim that investments will come after the war is over, but the truth is that we need investments and insurance at this very moment. We need in-house instruments. In May last year, together with IO, international broker, with the USAID facilitation and with local insurance companies, we were able to insure war-related risks for Ukrainian SMEs. And we already have quite a solid set of cases where we were able to insure some production objects. So we need to scale this up. So far, insurance liability is at $500 to $600 million. But for instance, ARC's company is also on board here, and it can offer an opportunity of a much bigger liability insurance. But so far, the cost of insurance is still too high. We are looking for answers. Together with partners, we are working to develop a grant element, which will enable us to compensate the expenses of the client. So if we take a systemic look at that, we have a growing demand from bankable customers. From the other hand, we have the state, which is encouraging why ECA, government guarantees, cashback, 579 program, it's supporting national producers via those programs. We have either institutional investors with billions of dollars a year, or there are companies sharing risks with banks in order to increase access to finance. We have in-house instrument in the forms of insuring war-related risks. It's going to have a right track record, I'm sure of that. And then we could also increase the capital of the ECA. So we have this set of instruments. Now we have to simply have more high-quality projects, high visibility, and correct presentation of those projects abroad. So this is a sort of a speed dating that we are organizing with banks in order to ensure that Ukrainian businesses become well known in Brussels, in Europe as a whole, in the European Commission, and we have those cases. For instance, a honey maker from Ukraine just got a 5% of the market in some European country easily. And this is the task, to join forces and to make sure that these cases are more numerous in the future. Thank you. Round of applause. We still have 9 minutes, and I would like to ask Mr. Janusz a short question. You as an institution, as an international institution cooperating with Ukraine, interested in Ukraine, Could you give us 2 or 3 pieces of advice to Ukrainian businesses as to what is the best way to cooperate with such institutions as yours?
Advice from my side would be, first of all, you need to identify the problems that you have, and this is something which is extremely valuable. You need to have, let's say, idea what you would like to achieve at the end of the day, and then be extremely transparent in terms of communication. And then when you are coming with the idea, when you're coming with the project, and everyone is really at some stage interested in, and it's not that each, let's say, financial institutions will be willing to proceed further, but definitely at the moment, as it was stated, I think by Ruslan quite shortly ago, there are institutions which are willing to take that project and together with the, for instance, local banks, together with others, proceed further. I think Ukraine at the moment is in a great moment in terms of developing their, let's say, ecosystem of supporting exporters. So my advice to the community, because nothing works straight away. The players of the market, financial institutions, whenever something appears as a new solutions, they still need to digest that information. They need to slowly start using it. But when one entity will do that, then the customers will see it and will start demanding on other institutions to have exactly the same products on the shelf. What my advice would be is that please look at what currently other financial markets, especially here in Europe, but as well somewhere especially in Asia, maybe in Canada, are providing to their companies, to their banks, and what the ECAs are offering. Take whatever you think is valuable, could be valuable for you and useful in your situation which you're encountering at the moment and for the nearest future, and prioritize them and try to implement them, because nowadays, especially after COVID, we've got so many different great solutions that are supporting exporters, they are supporting importers, which you guys have mentioned just a while ago, who in fact are using the import proceeds in order to export some goods further. So there are plenty of solutions. It's now you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to copy paste and just tailor made them to your environment. And I think you're on a really right track.
Дякую. Дякую, Януш.
Thank you, Janusz. I think now the final question to all panelists. At the previous panel, we had representatives of the nation-owned company, export credit agencies representatives. So how do you see this cooperation of all of the stakeholders, the businesses, the government, agencies, banks? How can that be improved? How can we interact better to make sure that the financing for the Ukrainian business grows manifold? Because we are going to be faced with so much recovery and so many numerous projects will have to be implemented. So your final reflections on the point. If you'd like to add something else, you're welcome. Take a minute, each of you, please. I would like to add to the previous speaker, when Ruslan was speaking, that risk-sharing programs allowed to allowed for greater lending, even though we didn't have security and collateral to demand. I'm okay with that. However, in fact, this tool opened up the eyes, maybe not ultimately, but it is supposed to open people's eyes, because our customers, our clients have changed, the attitudes have changed, and treatment of our clients has changed. The registries that enable us to see all of the activities of our potential customers. So for me, these tools have resulted in a real eye-opener that we have to trust and believe our customers very much, and so much more, because all of the situations have been over-tightened. We have been doing and pursuing very much over-conservative approaches. In terms of defaults and risk-sharing programs, are very few. They're under 1%, ranging from international financing institutions or government-owned programs, although the money allocated to these projects have already been spent. And, you know, even in international financial institutions, they are so much surprised, and they say, what's wrong with you? There are no defaults. So probably you're offering a little lending. Now, concerning interaction, we definitely have to hear ideas better and more quickly. If there are some projects where banks need to participate, my main suggestion is that banks have to be involved at the time of writing these projects, because sometimes they launch a particular product and it hasn't been aligned with the banks, and it doesn't get off the ground. Then they correct it in a way together with the bank representatives, and it gets so much better. So things need to be modified on an ongoing basis. There are so many different ideas in the air. If we talk about exporters, my idea is, although I am very close to this 579 program, and Mr. Ruslan will definitely confirm, I'm talking about Mr. Gashev, the head of the Ukrainian ECA. I was involved in that right from the very beginning. So we need to do the same for exporters. We will kill two birds with the same stone, because at the same time we will be helping the government. The government will not be spending 10% of its annual income, but just 6% at most, maybe 3 to 4% will have to be recompensed, and the burden will be alleviated. And the exporters will be more interested in foreign exchange. There will be fewer foreign exchange risks that these programs will be fraught with, and foreign exchange is there. So we have to think about such things. Talking about the law on insuring against war risks, yes, it is highly in demand, but the idea is how that will work, because when I read it, I do not quite understand to what extent it's a ready-made product. Sometimes you feel that it's not a product to prevent things, but more like a new novel regulation, because it speaks about a must as an insurance against war risks, and it's a must for all of the different kinds of construction. Probably when we talk about accommodation, housing construction, then probably it's necessary. But there are some exceptions along with that. There are some projects which are exception to this, which are in the war areas, but it seems like these ones have to be covered with insurance, but they're exempt from insurance. So I think that this law is going to be discussed for a long time, and we would like that not to last too long. Thank you. Mr. Yuri, your reflections? I couldn't agree more with what Mihailo has had to say. I think it's more constructive to speak about the fact that we do understand that the state program 579 has been a great boon, and they need to take exporters separately. Maybe they need to recompense for the interest rate. Maybe some differential treatment needs to be kicked in. I don't know. We have to look into that. My vision is the treatment of our chambers of commerce and industry also needs to be modified, because this is the body that needs to be activated in terms of helping the Ukrainian producers. Mr. Chizhikov, the head of the Ukrainian CCI, is not present here yet, but he's going to participate in the next panel discussion. So if in this discussion we also involve our peers, producers, and we have some illustrations when businesses begin to share their own experience of how they gain these international contracts, how they structurize their financing, not as a kind of promotion, when we begin to share about these cases, but we would like you to share your case studies instead. You as businesses, you need to disseminate your experiences more and more actively, because let me underscore it again, abroad Ukraine, of course, the attitude to Ukrainians is good, I hope at least so, but we, companies that come to domestic markets abroad Ukraine, and we are talking here about 5% or, God forbid, 40%, businesses are confronted with a lot of difficulty, 100%, because everyone wants to defend their own market, but competition need to levelize all that. Therefore, my advice is that Ukrainian businesses need to disseminate and share their own examples more. It's not a commercial secret. Sometimes they say so. It's not in the least, is it a commercial secret? Unlike that, it's an inspirational story. Therefore, such symposia and fora need to be accompanied with different case studies. Thank you. We were supposed to have a representative of a business on our panel, but unexpected inspection knocked on their door, something that our businesses are suffering enormously from. So, Ruslan, the last statement to make. First of all, our KPI should be 8% of the GDP should transform into at least 28%, because the share of credits for the GDP needs to be entirely different. Once in Maidan, in the revolution time, we heard, together we are many. The word together, we have to hear each other together, because joint creation of policies and products is a pledge that this will be not just a top-down policy, but this will mean that we will seek the same. And this refers to all stakeholders, the government, banking sector, businesses, international organizations, etc. So these products need to become actionable, workable. Third point to make, one size fits all doesn't work anymore. Instead, we have to come up with industrial programs that will help and facilitate creating products to support the kind of export which is not just created for the sake of creation, but to be compliant with the economic vision of our country, which takes into account our advantages and strengths. And another thing is also economic diplomacy, which is failing, but instead it should be working at a very different level. And this economic diplomacy needs to advocate and help us to open up new markets for the Ukrainian exporters. We, as the financial sector, are only a partial enabler to that. But working together will allow us to move on from words instead of just paying lip service. Over the last 30 years, we have been speaking so much about our export potential and capacity, but instead, let us stop making raw materials, but let us present ready-made products. Let's make it a reality. That's something that I'm very much keen to see during this year to happen. Thank you, Ruslan. And last but not least, let me also share a story with you about how complicated and demanding and unforeseen the circumstances are under which we are working, gaining this new unique experience. Last year, within the framework of Kiev Economic Forum, we have a KMF Academy. It's a training project. In February, I called Stanford professor William Barnett, who is in charge of their economic school, and I said to him, could you lecture to us? He said, no, Yura, I will come instead. You will come to Ukraine now? Yes, he said, yes, I will come to see you, not just for a day, I will come for a few days. In addition to lectures, we also went around different Ukrainian businesses for him to study their experience. And he said, we at Stanford have no experience of the kind, but wars, unfortunately, are taking place. We will be studying your experience and teaching that at Stanford. Therefore, what we know, what we can, and what we are gaining is definitely worth studying and teaching in all of the leading economic schools of the world. Well, it sends goosebumps down my spine. Thank you very much, Mr. Yanush. Dziękuję bardzo. And now I would like to invite Ruslan Gashev in order to greet the partners of the ECA Ukraine. First of all, I would like to remark about the activities of our banks that have been gathered on this panel. First of all, I would like to say very kind words about Mr. Mikhailo Mitko and hand him this credit of gratitude, this token of gratitude to his bank, to all of his team. Over the last year, Ukreksimbank, for the first time ever, with our help, exported a service for our coverage, and it was a guarantee. The first release guarantee for the insurance coverage. It was a service, so thank you very much indeed for making it happen. And next token of gratitude goes to Yuri Kralov for the first issued investment credit with our coverage for an export-oriented enterprise. Thank you for that. And a separate token of gratitude goes to Mr. Mikhailo. Can I have you come up here again? A personal credit to share. We have worked on a lot of projects together because there are some visible communications and there are those that take place behind the scenes when we get together and we discuss things and some things emerge. So, Mikhailo, we would like to thank you on behalf of our trade representative, Taras Kachka. Once again, Mr. Yuri, would you kindly come up here? For his personal leadership at the Bank MTB that he represents, for the promotion of ideas, the ideas of exporters inside Ukraine and promoting that outside Ukraine. And this goes to the whole team of Raiffeisen Bank. Let me put it this way right away. We understand sometimes that we may not handle our KPIs concerning the support of all of the exports, but we always know the Raiffeisen Bank will come up with some ideas to cover those shortages, and the same happened last year. We planned in summertime that the support of export will be more than 8 billion, and so it happened. But when we talk about discount rates, you see some of the agreements that we made us introduce the necessity for us to introduce some duty starting with the January this year. So now we are remarking on this bank. We're offering it a credit of gratitude for their most prompt ad hoc solutions that they can provide to their clients. Thank you very much, Ruslan, for that, for being always on the ball. Now we are inviting you to enjoy our lunch. Enjoy it. Thank you for your attention.
Now I'd like to invite our panelists, Sergei Naumov, Chairman of Board of Oshchet Bank, Tatiana Porchevska, Director of Corporate Banking and Transaction Business Department of Ukrgazbank GSB. There are no unexpected participants here because all of them have contributed greatly to the development of ECA. Coming next is Ruslan Graber, Director of Accord Import Company. Alena Otomanuk, First Deputy Head of the Chernivtsi Regional Military Administration. Andrei Zayets, Business Development Director of Nevada Company. And we also have representatives of Gudavas, Alexei Tsivik and Alexander Slobodyanik. And I will also take my seat. Why it is the panel of gratitude? Before we move on to questions and answers, let me mention briefly a few words about our panelists and the contribution that they have made throughout the development of ECA and during last year in particular. I mean, their contribution to the ECA reaching the indicators that we determined for us. Talking about our cooperation with Oshchet Bank, I joined the team of ECA just a year ago, and I was amazed with the fact that our biggest bank, which is present everywhere, does not rank first in terms of cooperation with the ECA. And over the last year, we have made several steps in this direction. We worked efficiently with the team of Oshchet Bank, and in certain programs, Oshchet Bank is now the leader. So, Sergei, I thank you for that. As for questions, excuse me. So, as I said, this is my debut. Let us just take a look at the screen, and then we will move on to questions. The history of success of Ukrainian exporters. Ukraine, in the eyes of Italians, Germans, and Polish, is a scary thing. So sending money in advance for something is really uncertain thing. And that is why we need the Export Credit Agency, in order to infuse some energy into the process, to launch it, set it in motion. It helps us avoid the class divides. It helps us pay our clients in time for the machinery. It also helps us to pay salaries. The chance to get that finance has stabilized the company. It enabled us to feel more confident, to increase turnover, and to ensure more jobs. We do not have assets worth millions of hryvnias, and here the program of the ECA turned out to be tailored to our needs. So this is the issue we resolved thanks to the credit, specifically to perform our contract, to fulfill the project. We obtained a credit amounting to 7 million hryvnias, and we have been able to secure necessary working capital. The materials necessary to produce our product are quite expensive, and thanks to that loan, we can make the shipment in time. We have been able to confirm the terms of payment according to the agreement concluded with the client, and that has reinforced our position on the European market. Thanks to the loan, we have been able to change our suppliers of raw materials, most of which are in the occupied territories. First of all, this is the working capital that we badly need because we supported the agricultural producer which supplied certain materials to us. We got the necessary amount of money quite rapidly and immediately sent our products to the customers. The contract value was around $800,000. I can recommend cooperating with ECA to all businesses because the products they offer are relevant for all businesses out there in terms of provision of working capital and risk insurance. Thanks to this project, we have been able to ensure the performance of the contract, bolster our relations with customers, and preserve at least 2 jobs. So I advise all businesses, all entrepreneurs to take advantage of this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to watch such videos because you realize that behind those discussions and the statistics and questions, at times some problematic moments on which we are going to work within our strategy for 2029. Behind all that, there are clients, very specific workers, entrepreneurs who have jobs, who have the chance to develop, to work, and this is what our country is all about now. Sergey, coming back to the question, could you please tell us what programs does Oshchat Bank has to support exporters? Good afternoon, everyone. Let me say why we became the leaders. Because, our Dennis here worked at Oshchat Bank for some time. And he has done a lot in terms of our activities for SMEs. So he is a very professional person, and I'm glad that he's working with ECA now. So this is not according to scenario. We have strategic programs for supporting SMEs, and in answering the general question of this panel, what are the challenges in terms of access to finance? I can say that there are no problems. We have a high liquidity in the banking system. We are ready to provide finance. Of course, we are in war conditions, but this is the truth. If we take a look at statistics, which comes from the Chernivtsi region, excuse me, we can say that the first challenge when entering foreign markets is the shortage of personnel. This is a major issue, unfortunately. The next four, the fourth or the fifth program is access to finance. The second problem is lack of information about foreign markets, lack of expertise and knowledge, and only the fourth is a lack of access to finance and financial support. A case in point is our cooperation with the ECA. I take much pride in the fact that we have such an instrument in our country. I can talk about it extensively, so please stop me. I remember that before the invasion started, I would like to refrain from mentioning a specific surname, but that was the time when a certain woman was the chair of the National Bank. It was at that moment that we had the first ideas of establishing the ECA. And at that time, the National Bank said, come on, this cannot possibly be working. If you take an example, France or Britain, they have a good investment rating, and that always restrained us from establishing the ECA. But still, someone shouldered that political responsibility and decided to set up the ECA, even despite the fact that we as a country do not have a solid investment rating. And this institution is working, and it will continue to work. And it is my earnest desire that the Ukrainian ECA becomes the as powerful as its European counterparts. Second point is that we need to infuse capital, context, and knowledge into its operation, and as a result of that, we will have a powerful export credit agency. We have issued 450 million hryvnias in loans for export-oriented enterprises, and in general, there have been 30 billion hryvnias in loans since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and in 2024 alone, this amount stands at 6 billion hryvnias. So we have money for that. As that is said, we would like to have this panel more practical in nature, so let's do this. If we have exporters here, let us imagine how you obtain credits. First, you make an application to the bank. You have an export-oriented production. It provides some added value. This is something covered by the activities of the ECA. You lack working capital. You come to the bank and say, I'd like to have finance. What are the first problems that you may face? Of course, the bank can say that you have to provide financial records. It has to be transparent. You have to prove that you have revenue. And even now, we understand that during the war, we do not require that much revenue. Our management of our companies has adapted to the realities of wartime, but still you have to have financial records. This is the responsibility of the exporting company. Okay, so what are the next problems that may arise? Credit history. If it's good, perfect. Then the currency agreement, which has to be properly drawn up. It has to comply with certain legislative requirements. If we have that, a question arises of security. And here, this is once again the responsibility of the company. The company has to be able to provide all those documents, those papers, and to prove that they are a bankable client. The security is missing. And this is exactly where we have joint programs with the ECA and programs with the EBRD. If security is missing in your case, there are programs according to which we can guarantee 75% of that missing security. There are such programs, they are in use, and there are limitations for those programs. So what other problems may arise? The interest rate. It is quite high at the moment, but still there is a government initiative, government program 579. It is operative. We just saw on screen that, well, we may not be fully trusting our client, but there are documentary operations, accreditives. Yes, some may say that Oshad Bank is not worthy of trust. Fine, but we have proofs of our documentary operations, and these are corroborated by banks with a good investment rating. So the main thing is to apply to banks. We, as a bank, have to communicate. Perhaps there are some failures in communication. Possibly we have to communicate more. But if we have a proactive position of exporters, believe me, that you will be able to secure finance. Of course, if you pay taxes, if you have transparent records, if you have proper management, if you have normal products, you are sure to obtain credit. Sorry for such an extensive remark. I would like to hear an opinion of just another bank, and then we'll move on to the clients. I think that will be more interesting. We will know the truth. So please, Madam Podchavska, I promise to thank anyone, and I would like to thank you, the UGB, for many years of cooperation, and I think that our portfolio with us is the biggest so far. You have supported the biggest amount of export operations, and now you have Oshad Bank going neck and neck with you. Privat Bank is another leader on the market, so we pin hopes to it being involved, getting on board. It was ready to cooperate with the ECA from the first days of its operation, but still our procedures, our work is possibly the example of the best organized work with banks that cooperate with the ECA, and when clients apply to us and they do not have any vision whom to apply to, which bank to use, we always recommend your bank in particular. The same question goes to you. Could you share with us your procedures related to export crediting? Do you have any peculiarities that set you aside from other banks? Do you have any specific programs?
Thank you for inviting me. Truly, I was happy to see this video because it contained a lot of our customers and something that makes me proud. First of all, I would like to thank our partners from the EK for their fruitful cooperation, because we are number one after all. And I very much hope that we will hold this position and this will hold true for us. I'm not going to repeat the statistics, but this multiplier that the ACA enables us to have really strikes me. Yesterday I read a post by the ECA. 9 banks cooperating with the ECA during 2024 issued more than $1 billion of Ukrainian hryvnias to cover and provide the support to different businesses in Ukraine. In addition to us, it's Boom and other banks. So $1 billion worth of Ukrainian hryvnias is something which is supporting Ukrainian exporters, and of course it strikes everyone. Definitely we can raise different issues and discuss here different challenges and bottlenecks that need adjusting. However, still during wartime, supporting development of export in Ukraine is super important, for which I thank Ruslan Gashev and the ECA of Ukraine, or the whole team. With reference to your question, the criteria of solvency for crediting, by and large, the analysis of the solvency for our clients who are exporters is no or not much difference from the usual financial analysis to any lender, to any company, any group that would like to be issued with lending. But there are some distinctions, and that's something I'm going to dwell on that. In addition to doing a financial audit of this particular company, which is a borrower, being a group or an individual one, we also do a rigorous analysis of the company, which is a non-resident and a buyer, because repayment of this credit will heavily depend on them. And here we engage in very, very rigorous analysis of the country that will be the supplier, the kind of activities of the buyer, the experience of their work in the market, the term of work during which they have been cooperating with our borrower. Just as Mr. Sergei has already said, at this point we are also into analyzing the final beneficiaries of such buyers. So we go so much in depth of this analysis. I understand sometimes it looks like a quest for entrepreneurs. We understand it fully. However, without that, we cannot move far. And at this point, we are also checking and verifying any violations of tax legislation. And it's also worth mentioning that these days we are also very much keen to look into the supplies, chain of supplies, see different snags on the border and exchange restrictions. So these are our approaches. Thank you, Ms. Tatiana. Let's move on. Now, on to the business. Let them express their, speak their mind. Mr. Ruslan, thank you for being together with the ECA. During this last year, I visited and attended a lot of different events, about 20 to 30 throughout the whole last year. And at every event, you get to talk to representatives of business, business owners, management of these companies. And it strikes me that this market very clearly understands what crediting is all about. We have numerous programs in this regard. We enjoy a lot of support from our international partners. We also have a lot of support in the form of grant programs, but there's little understanding about insurance. I mean, business owners, they have little understanding of that, why insurance matters. Could you kind of share about your case, your business, and how this financing process for the targets that you set for yourselves took place hand in hand with the ECA in the bank which services you? Greetings to all of you. Let me briefly share about our company. The company was founded in 2016. In 2018, we tried ourselves at making some exports, and the company deals with furniture manufacturing. Nowadays, we are one of the largest furniture producers and exporters in Ukraine. Let me give you a couple of figures. Back in 2021, the company had 400 million hryvnias as its own turnover, as opposed to that this year, 24, despite the war and numerous challenges, we finished last year having the turnover of about 2 billion Ukrainian hryvnias. The company is one of the largest suppliers of furniture for use company, and we rank one of the 4 top companies supplying USC, and this is our anchor company. We work with a lot of other European companies. Nowadays, we are developing powerfully, I would say, and the capacity sometimes is lacking. One of the examples is to tell you it's what Ruslan Gashev said about the agreement signed on our credit history. They signed an agreement to the amount of 2 million euros. This was a contract with the used company, and it was really awesome because it allowed us, without much ado, without extra expenditure, without additional security or collateral, we have the financing. And since the 2nd of June this year, we started building our second factory, which is planned to be launched in June this year, because otherwise we cannot but launch it into operation in June this year. because our plan is 80 billion euros. This is our turnover target for this year, and 60 million of that is going to be a youth company, which is increasing its turnover, although the request or even demand is to the amount of 80 million euros, because we have a lot of capacity both for building, although, of course, problem with the staff is one of the difficulties because of the mobilization. So 80 million, as I said, is quite a tangible result for us to attain. So next year, if everything goes well, we will be one of the 4 largest manufacturers, furniture manufacturers in Europe. You know, it's a great pleasure to hear such news when you are in interaction with businesses. Usually when they say we rank second in Europe. So we understand our integration into the EU will take place definitely due to that. But I must say that, and I must remark on the point that financing this agreement was carried out by Raiffeisen Bank Aval. So let us also remark on their participation, something that Ruslan said. It wasn't any extra expenditure for him. It meant that it was extra expenditure for Raiffeisen Bank Aval because they had to reimburse and they didn't have to charge any additional fees or charges. So it's one of the fantastic things for such large banks to be able to compensate for the costs for such Ukrainian companies and cover their insurance. So you have built such a successful business and you have already been covered with such credit lending several times. This time, has it ever been different? Was it easier, longer? So tell us about the specific case. So this was near the New Year, right? Yes, it was a gift under the Christmas tree. Yes, we have been covered with the lending from the ECA, Ukraine, for the 2nd year running. Some clients have been working with them and they have very fine results, as was said. Maybe it's a point to continue and prolong such cooperation. As I understand the story with Raiffeisen Bank, this last year there were a lot of additional documents that had to be submitted due to the contract, so there were some delays, and therefore the contract was signed only on the 31st of December, just around the New Year. For us, there were not so many issues, but a lot of work really had been done by Raiffeisen Bank itself. They had done so much potent work, which in the end, on the 1st of January, all we had to do is just sign this agreement into action. Wow, such a fantastic review of their fantastic work. So thank you. Now, Ms. Alona, let us move on to you. So far, you seem to be the only representative of the regional authorities, which has developed a compensation program to cover the expenses for insurance projects and programs for the businesses and owners which are based in your region, which we are so grateful to you for. So, because every single time we go with such proposals to other regions and we say, follow their suit, they're a role model for you, everyone looks up to you, because so the more we have such cases where you compensate such costs, offset such costs, the better it will be for us to promote these programs. So the question is, we'd like to hear more about Chernivtsi region, about its export potential, what this region lives, what makes it tick, and in greater detail about the project that we have already been discussing. Thank you. I would like to thank the ECA for agreeing all of these details of the deal, because in just one negotiation we managed to finalize everything and implemented the project in a couple of weeks. For us, it was essential because during that year we developed a number of different programs in order to enhance both the export and the economic potential of the whole region. We had numerous ideas to work on, and the work with the Export Credit Agency was of utmost importance for us, because the specificity of our region is that we are near the border region. We border on Moldova and Romania. Therefore, on one side of the border we have the EU. On the other side, we have the country which aspires to become a member of the EU. Therefore, the support of exports is number one thing for us, because You see, we even had some companies that relocated to Chernivtsi region due to the fact, in the first place, because we border directly on the EU, and logistically speaking, it's much easier to exercise such operations. Talking about our specificity as we speak for our exports, there are a few components. Let me speak about one of them in terms of the export structure and changes that have taken place. In the year 2022, it was a big surprise for us, the first year into the war, but in fact, we demonstrated the growth, export of growth of 35% as opposed to the pre-war period. We understood that sea ports were blocked, and this allowed us to have some opportunities because in the region we have 7 checkpoints, and all of the grain and different kinds of crops, they were channeled via us. In the next year, some changes took place. Not so many crops were exported. There were some adjustments made. Then in 2024, businesses were so diverse in terms of their exports, but the highest dynamics was 220% of export growth of ready-made food products. We have some enterprises, and Chernivtsi region is the leader in growing turkey, and all of the turkey grown and farmed in Ukraine, 40% of that is grown in Chernivtsi region. And we are also number 1 in terms of growing plums, apples, and pears. So this was the stronghold for us to ensure the development and growth of exports. So now our turkey is exported all the way to the UK, and apples are everywhere in Europe, not only there, but also in Asia and Africa. Therefore, these are the areas that need to be supported and maintained. And Chernivtsi region, 30% of that is covered with forests and wood. Over 30% in the structure of our exports is also heavily to do with timber, lumber, and furniture. And these are not just, we're not talking about timber, we're talking about ready-made wooden products. So we have to incentivize to the best of our ability to incentivize the production of export and, of course, create new capacity in terms of manufacturing. So this last year we created, in addition to what we made together with the banking sector, we had a project which supported an enhanced 579 program. So the companies are compensated 50% of their interest rate if these are investment purposes pursued, but this was not enough for us. We also went for another program with the ECA, within the framework of which we compensate up to 300,000 hryvnias of all of the expenses to do with insurance on the credit obtained together with the ECA. So this is the first experience of the kind in Ukraine, and the first, of course, let me say outright, there are some regions that are already reaching out to us to find out more about the details of this project. There were more questions about 579 program, just like it was on e-home that we have also implemented. Now there are some questions that they're reaching out to us with reference to this year, and I'm sure other regions will be also getting on board of this project. Some of them have already made use of that, so this is pretty much like people hear it on the grapevine and this gets disseminated. So the more companies take advantage of such credits, the higher will be the chances that exports will be growing. Yes, our exports right now stand at a higher level than before the war. In structure, we have taken a lot of steps to increase it more substantially, but compared to pre-war time, if our economy has grown overall 1.5%, exports have grown within 20%. In 22, the numbers were even more fantastical. When our customers say to us, we have better opportunities at the national market, fantastic, so let them implement that. But export is number 1 issue for us because Romania and Moldova are next to us, and we have to utilize all of those chances. Thank you, Ms. Alena. You have just spoken about the fact that there are some clients that have been compensated by Chernivtsi Regional Administration according to this program. And I would like us to take it on to Mr. Andriy because he is a representative, the owner of that company in question. In addition to using the services of the ECA and obtaining lending, which was collateralized with his assets. He was also compensated by the Chernivtsi Regional Administration. Can you share more about your case and how exactly this process took place and the compensation was obtained? Was it difficult or not? Maybe the administration needs to streamline some things. Thank you. My name is Andriy. Let me say a couple of things about our company. Neodar is our company's name. We are an innovative production. We have an innovative element. These are contemporary smart fireplaces. They work on biofuels, so there are no fumes. And nowadays, a lot of our residents live in flats. And if you want to have a living fireplace, so reach out to us. So they have a lot of sensors of security. They can be controlled with your telephone or gadget. An average check is about 300,000 hryvnias in cost. It's more of a decorative element. We have, of course, in a lot of houses, district heating and warm floors. So this is more about decoration rather than a heating element. Before the war, our revenues were 50-50. So 50% was sold in Ukraine and 50 went outside. At that time, we began with very small turnover, but we already were certified at the European level. Then, after the full-scale invasion, it was the Ukrainian sales took a nosedive, and we had to pivot our production to the European market because it was a matter of survival for us on the one hand, and on the other hand, for our European partners, Ukraine. From day one of the war, it was all fraught with insane risks. And given the fact that we worked under conditions 70 to 30%, 70% prepayment, for them it was really scary. 70% of prepayment to be paid in Ukraine, where the production was based in Kiev, and where this production could be destroyed with any kinds of missiles. So, due to this program, we relocated to Chernivtsi region, and we are so grateful for that. But we still had to do a lot about these prepayments because partners were not ready to take such huge risks. So we changed it. We turned the tables and we said, let's take it 30% versus 70%, but let's continue working. And they immediately said, oh, yeah, never dark. You're fantastic. You're great. Ukraine will win. Let's keep working. And then we found ourselves in a contrary situation. So we had to procure different component parts, etc., from abroad. And credit was a reliable tool. If you had an export credit, then working capital could be offered in order to procure all of the necessary and acquire all of the necessary materials. Because you see, in Ukraine, we don't have that much competition, but in Europe, the competition is high and they can provide all of the components within 10 days. So working capital was a critical thing, and we needed a lot of banking support in this respect, and cooperation with the ECA was a fantastic thing, customized to our needs.
And that is how we came up with the idea. Let me share just a brief story with you, which is going to be of interest for the small and medium enterprises. The second fact was that our company is young, and this was the second time we took a loan. Whether it was difficult or not so difficult, well, someone in our shoes might have said that it was difficult, but well, if you don't have a lot of wisdom, you may have more courage than others. So experience is of greater value than the result. That is why we applied to 3 banks at once, 3 similar packages of papers, but there are some very important differences. We know the UGB approach to this matter. They are learning more information about the final beneficiaries. The second nicety is that that moment. I may be mistaken here. The program appears to be the same, but the program did not really meet our circumstances, or we failed to meet the notion of the bank, or how the bankable customer should look like. according to these requirements, you have to have a client with very concrete terms of supply. Our model is different. It is a dealer-based model where we do not have those concrete obligations. The dealer may order a different shipment. He has an obligation to buy a certain amount of products from us, but if he fails to meet that obligation, there is no responsibility. So somehow we managed to handle this. We had a lot of negotiations. We made some adaptations to the way we interpreted the terms of cooperation. So you can obtain crediting from the ECA based on the dealer agreement too. So we appear to be the trailblazers here. So there is that program for those working on the dealer-based approach. You can obtain crediting without securities. That's our experience. Talking about the economy, about calculations, it's completely comfortable for businesses. I'd like to thank the Chernivtsi authorities for recompensing our expenditures via the 579 program without security. So our security is the hard currency under the export contract. So that is the second time we got the credit, and we plan to obtain the third. So now this is a instrument understandable for us that we use on a daily basis. This unties the hands of businesses who are afraid to be engaged in export activities, and it allows them to better realize the risks that are out there. Thank you. Thank you for your remarks. After your presentation, I can say that you are a living example that programs are working, and you are a source of experience that we can share with other clients. And when talking about the Chernivtsi region, there's much to share with our potential customers. So thank you very much indeed for your story. Alexei and Alexander, you were also financed by the UGB. I have information that this financing was related to sales on Amazon. Was that of any use? What are the results? And perhaps you could share the problems that you faced. Good afternoon, everyone. We, with Alexander, are going to make some additions to what has been said. Our business is a full cycle company from manufacturing to selling to clients abroad. We have our own brands. We make products, wooden products. Some of them are oriented for children. One model is that we develop products here in Ukraine, ship them abroad to our warehouses, and then we sell them to our clients via e-commerce routes. We have our website and other marketplaces. Can we mention the statistics? Of course we can. Good afternoon. I thank the organizers, all those present. It is a great honor to be present here, especially with my colleagues from the market, as we work together on the wooden products market. We used the examples of our colleagues as an inspiration. Last year we had a revenue of $10 million. Our company is working with children's sports products. We demonstrate 60 to 70% growth in revenues per annum, including in particular thanks to the help of the ECA, our reliable partners, so please turn to them. We enjoyed using their services. Here I would also like to thank them for the fact that this money has influenced our company greatly, and the suppliers that provide raw materials and wood to us are also growing. There are cases when these companies had 2 to 3 employees, and thanks to the fact that they have the chance of working with us and the fact that we like working with trustworthy people, these suppliers are also growing. They become big enterprises along with us. So this is also a token of gratitude from us and our suppliers as well. So we thank all those who contributed to this. Over the last half a year, we have attracted 20 million hryvnias. This is a good number, but of course we would like to see the terms extended and the amounts increased. It is also important to add that it's a wonderful thing that we have such an export-oriented program. When selling our products, we enter into competition with Chinese companies, European and American companies, Canadian companies represented in Europe. We are well aware how Chinese support their companies here. I think that in this respect, developing exports matters greatly. Talking about our country and our family of companies, exporting companies in Ukraine are like bread earners in Ukrainian families. So it means that the exporters have to shoulder great responsibility to ensure that our family our livelihood is sustained, that we can afford all the good things. In terms of concrete proposals and ideas, Andrei has given a good example of how they adapted their contracts when they do not have any obligations from dealers. We have many foreign-based companies, and the revenue that we mentioned today is directly linked to them. Of course, we process those exports via our foreign LLCs. In reality, our final clients are not B2B clients, they are B2C clients. So not wholesale clients, but retailers. Here we used the option given by the program. We concluded foreign trade contracts with unrelated companies. So in terms of final beneficiary requirements, it's clear and transparent. This working capital is important for us because we freeze our capital and we can get it back after the products are supplied to warehouses and after the payment cycle is completed via different marketplaces and payment systems. So here I could recommend taking into account the e-commerce world. There are accounts of companies in those e-commerce marketplaces. Oftentimes, companies cannot really conclude contracts within the framework of this program. So not all companies can comply with this requirement of unrelated foreign companies, final beneficiary. So this idea could be relevant to those who are at the beginning of their path. So this could also be useful for individual entrepreneurs in terms of verification procedures. So this could be used as an impetus, as a fillip. All of these entrepreneurs, export-oriented entrepreneurs, generate a lot of added value, particularly if they are small. They generate a lot of profit margin. They may be really stable and have the ability to give all those credit money back. I have a lot of acquaintances working with the same type of model. And when the company is growing, the need for extra money is increasing. So, talking about growth in the amount of product, we usually have to increase it significantly before the fourth quarter in order to ensure the sales. We have also obtained grant funding. We have faced a certain limitation of 200,000 hryvnias in grants. And then we realized that the 579 program is no longer accessible to us because you have used 200,000 euros in various types of support. As far as I know, some work is being done in this respect. These limitations could have been increased for some types of enterprises, processing enterprises, because this is important because some types of funding can be attracted only on the market at not so beneficial terms, like 20% interest rate. This has been a great impetus to our development. Our export revenues have grown by 100%. We pay good salaries to our workers to support the position of the UGB. We applied to Private Bank and Oshad Bank, and the UGB processed our application most rapidly. Some of the workers of the banks we applied to have more expertise. Some of them have less. Back in the day, we created a position of a person dealing with bank operations. So this was not an accountant, but something different. And this person was of great help providing focused, tailored activities. And this is a huge piece of work because these bank requirements are not difficult for the bank itself to comprehend, but they may be difficult to deal with for small and medium-sized enterprises. At some point in your communication with banks, the main accountant and the medium-sized company may be so stressed that he can just quit and say that I can no longer handle this. This is also a question of financial literacy. There's lack of understanding of how to travel this path, how to overcome the obstacles. A lot of companies like Nova Pošta, Ukrpošta train their employees in terms of financial literacy. So I think that big banks, major banks, can be helpful for entrepreneurs to help them understand how these programs work. Because for some people, this is still a rocket science. People do not understand how to get ready for these programs. They do not understand how to handle this. If in the structure of your company you have individual entrepreneurs or you're an LLC. So without knowing all those peculiarities, when you visit the banks, you may be not in compliance with all the requirements. So regardless of whether you have clients or not, the bank may not be ready to provide you the credit. At a certain stage, we realized that this is something that we have to handle. We understood that we have to have the income, need to have our revenues increased at our company. We have to abolish the usage of individual entrepreneurs. So this is important. I thank you for all of the information that you have provided, for all the highlighted aspects. I would also like to say that we feel that we are working in a certain segment. We are not working with the entire Ukrainian economy. This is not a matter of raw materials. This is a matter of a certain micro company doing the first steps. And we as a bank mostly deal with businesses which are well established in order to comprehend the risks more properly. We have been discussing these aspects in order to become closer to our clients, in order to develop portfolio programs which may be fraught with more risks, but could be more tailored to businesses making their first steps. I think that this program can be set in motion. Today, at the first discussion panel, we said that the ECA is not bound solely for SMEs. There are some limitations of our in terms of the available capitalization. So in the future, we are going to increase the amount of capital in order to cooperate more with bigger businesses. While for SMEs, this is more a question of procedures and digitalization. So I thank you for the things that you have stressed. I would like us to discuss the issues more, because so far, most of you said that the challenges do not really exist. We in our team have jokes when clients reach out to us in need of services. They say that they use services at a variety of different banks. And then we simply have the pricing list. If you want to have services at a cheap rate, but high quality, you can approach those banks. If you'd like to have low quality services at a low price, you approach that sort of bank. So this is the discussion revolving around the difficulties of interacting with the banking system, and we hear it oftentimes from businesses that the banking services have to be swifter and of high quality. So how can we simplify it for the client? How can we streamline the provision of services?
Let me put it this way. Probably there are not too many people in this gathering here. Look, there are some cases when you say, oh, shut bank, it takes such a long, it took us 2 months. But with other customers or clients, they say we are in cooperation. They say just 1 month, everything was finalized. And then you understand it's the same bank, the same procedures. So probably there are some distinctions between the clients. So I begin to question, what should this client be like? Maybe compliance in terms of reporting. Maybe there should be some cooperation beforehand, some recipes that will streamline these procedures for both medium-sized, large and small businesses to draw upon new lending. Everything depends heavily on the quality of the documents which are submitted. That's 100% true. If everything's okay, now we have developed this credit lending process for medium-sized and small businesses, but when all of the information comes from different databases, at the beginning of this month there was a problem because registries failed. So if all of the information is available and at our fingertips, then we make decisions very quickly when we talk about SMEs. Once again, to speed it up, a very good credit story has to be presented to you. Financial reporting needs to be absolutely fine. All of the things to do with your collateral or your security needs to be excellent, because sometimes there are lots of intricacies concerning the way your land was bought. If everything's okay with your assets and liabilities, then it's fine. We also look into the goodwill and the reputational elements, whether there are any criminal offenses. And from the owners we hear, well, it was this long time ago, but still we want to hear all of these explanations. And that, of course, delays. Many people tried to get some lending from abroad, but try to open a credit account in Europe. It'll take you half a year, and you know that perfectly well. We are moving towards the accession in the EU, and all of the compliance procedures and financial monitoring will be done in line with those requirements. Anyway, all of the banks are working on streamlining the procedures, and we're trying to do our best to make these procedures as automated as we can. Automate it as much as we can. But again, it depends on the specificity of the company and how their documentation is drawn up. Sometimes they are owners issue complaints concerning how banks operate, and then they learn that their chief accountant failed to add some documents, and it's up to the companies, not banks. So there are lots of intricacies, so blaming banks alone, saying that we are not fast enough, is no good. It's not our money after all. We offer the money of our clients after all, right? So we have to be really attentive to that. But it doesn't mean that we have to just give away this money left, right, and the center. We insure them. And of course, that'll take us a long time to consider every individual case. So let us not engage in this not very professional discussion. Of course, we insure them. And of course, you can drop money from a helicopter. No, this is no way that we are going to approach. Let me also provide my reflection on what our peers have just said. I deem that businesses like yours are very promising for the country because a large share of the Chinese economy is based on companies like yours, which sell worldwide, and their goods can be sold on Amazon or AliExpress. Amazon is the same as, imagine that, like a shelf in some kind of a huge supermarket. And this huge supermarket is the world, and everyone has access to Amazon. And this already is a guarantee of their goods to be sold. And that probably does not even necessitate having a contract. But if they have an account and they have already a previous background of different supplies and getting money for those supplies, I think it's much more than just a contract. I beg your pardon, because the experience of working with the Amazon is much more than just a contract made or clinched with an agent who may pay today and fail to pay tomorrow, if all of the conditions of credit lending are complied with. So we have to think about it and develop such a portfolio program, a product for such companies. Yes, I'm fully in support of your comment. Moreover, we have some foreign banks that service our company, and it's enough for us to send them 10 times fewer documents. They see that we can provide them, they can provide us with an overdraft because we have a turnover of 100,000. And a couple of clicks, we get that. And the stability of the revenue that we get is also a guarantee of their money lent to us being repaid. So in the world, they do not require so much in terms of security or collateral. Yes, that's exactly what I meant by the credit story or background experience. Any bank in Ukraine will also provide you with an overdraft if you have such revenues to present. Such stories are also present here in Ukraine. Another point to make for businesses, what matters also is those programs that we have, 579, or the state guarantee, portfolio guarantee. All of this is meant to launch. You see, to launch, to start an operation, to start bringing some yield. So all of us as banks, like banks too, we also have to think about the fact that it's not going to last forever. If you lack working capital now, you can launch your production, but one day it's going to be over. You have to be mindful of that. So you have to recoup your own production. And now that you have such preferential conditions, you have to make this kind of a reserve for the future. so that in the future it doesn't strike you that 200,000 euros, I think it's wrong. Now at the level of the government, we are trying to stem it from happening, to make sure that the rules of the game don't change, to ensure this level playing field. But you see, sooner or later, this is going to happen. It's just an impetus that everyone will gain, but it's not a perpetuum mobile. It's not an everlasting or engine. Ms. Tatiana, what would you like to contribute? I think that our client has just presented us with a fantastic recipe of what it takes before you go to the bank. You need to have an experience of someone who has this banking background. So this person will immediately help you to go through this. So you decided to provide extra employment for bankers, right? Haven't you? There is an ideal client for a bank, and as opposed to that, an ideal bank for a client. So this is a bit a P2P approach, person-to-person approach. If on part of the company there is someone who is experienced in dealing with the banks, then the company thrives. We have two separate people that deal separately with grants and banks. The same goes for the banks. Dear banks, if you want to be efficient in this regard, please have yourselves specially trained and designated personnel who will definitely know what businesses need to ensure perfect operations for us both. It's a key. Thank you. We'll definitely have such designated people. So the conclusion is that we need to interact closer with each other. And you also keep some people on financial monitoring, compliance, and risk management. Well, yes, we will keep such personnel. We will appoint them. Let me share some of my personal thoughts over the last year and the work that the ECA did over the last year. Something that became evident to me. Sergei has already revealed the secret that for the most of my career, I developed within a banking environment, and insurance was a stark new story. For me, I had to study it anew as well as exports. I had to try and understand what it's all about. And I made a very simple and plain conclusion. And Sergei has already mentioned that we need to speak more not about sustainable business or exporters, but about newcomers, new businesses which are only thinking of coming to us, because the majority of these programs are not forever. It's just to give you a nudge. And the challenge that I see is that clearly the market within the last 3 years has narrowed down substantially. The potential of our country and its economy is badly restricted due to the war that we are experiencing now. So doing exports, of course, is a huge challenge, but I appeal with all of you to take these steps and go for exports. Because when they question us, what is export about? They always speak about foreign exchange revenue, sustainable income. But for me, it's about a very different thing. It's about doing business differently, because I can see these businesses and companies transforming, especially the ones that go and do exports. So this is a specific task, not only to come with a specific product that will be successfully competitive in the market. It's all about your qualification as a team, the management team in particular. When you go abroad, this becomes invaluable. But when you have been through all of this story and you see that your business has evolved so much and you do not depend on just one market, and you can relocate and feel confident everywhere in the world. So this makes me speak to other customers who are not into exports yet. I suppose that we have to ensure different means to identify them when we go and interact with IT sectors and numerous other sectors, which are not always present. And in the export sector, they don't know how to do that. Just because today we're focusing on Export Credit Agency, I will not mention others, but there are programs in this country in support of exporters or businesses which are mindful of going for businesses at much earlier stages than export credit agency steps in. There are resources where you can gain the necessary expertise. There are resources that act as providers and help you find and source the necessary partners, set contacts, and sign contracts, and the export credit agency, which gets involved at the stage of financing these contracts. So my understanding and the way I feel is, I don't know whether these programs are enough or not, but we already have so much for the beginning, and this is already translated into specific businesses that we are supporting. And right at the beginning, I said that right now we are going through the stage when before everyone was learning how to go for lending. Now businesses are learning how to get insured. We already have some cases when clients go to our export credit agency to cover them with the insurance that we can offer. And we often ask them, why do you want to be covered with your partners, the partners that you have been working with for 10 or 15 years? And the answer is very simple and highly civilized. I don't want to think about any bottlenecks or issues. I don't want to risk the whole of my business. Even when you are dealing with reliable partners, something wrong can happen to them. Unfortunately, these cases are not many. But we need to keep working to increase the number of these cases, for them to perceive insurance as a natural business process in terms of building their finance, manufacturing capacity, or building rapport and relations with their foreign customers. I can see your hand raised. You can write your question. We're not going to take your question out loud, because if I allow you to speak, then I can imagine there will be a whole lot of hands raised. Still sorry, I cannot afford it. Thank you for your willingness, though. If you have anything to add, you can take a mic, take the floor, and turn to the audience. I have a request. Make sure that next year you have more capital, so we can do more. Usually you have to send such wishes to Santa Claus. Yes, I am sending it to the universe. During the first discussion panel, everyone seems to have understood what the people were talking about. We're working hard to make sure that next year Export Credit Agency, perhaps even this year, will expand all of its capacity. However, for SMEs, we are always open. We have capital enough. We will continue working as before. As a brief comment to make, also a proposal. Consider an option of opening a credit line within the ECA. If you have been through this program, don't have to prepare the whole package of your documents. If we are stable in terms of contracts, I think it's pretty rational, isn't it? In addition to this submission, let me make one more. In the past, it used to be like crediting for supply agreements. But now that we are working under dealership agreements, they can also be prolonged. I suppose the prolongation of such credit lines without requiring any additional documents, I think it's a very nice format. Just because of our experience, we are going to go for the third time based on the same contract. And you can count it, how much time and resources are wasted when we have to redraw up all of these documents. Yes, it does make sense. Also, in terms of challenges, because this was the topic of our panel, all new things, innovative stuff, they always are confronted with the same things. The level of awareness of the beneficiaries, the details of the program, the terms and conditions of its utilization, risks, etc. So this is a challenge. And let me also pay you a couple of compliments. I was one of the first early participants in such 4 events and functions, and I can see a positive dynamic. And even based on today's event, I can observe that there is a pace set. And I would also like to pay you another compliment. I can see a very good statist approach. The Japanese usually say fast is slowly but without any delays or stoppages. So that's what I can see. the dissemination of the story. Popularization probably is the wrong word in this case, but still, the sharing of this experience is moving exactly according to this Japanese definition. So this is the challenge, I suppose, that needs to be tackled. So make sure that you raise the awareness in every single way. Thank you very much for your regards. Throughout this year, I have been feeling like a pastor, going around his parish as a minister, trying to convert people into my faith, involving people into export credit lending. So I do agree that at this time, the main topic for us is raising awareness, because when you go to regions and you can see you have been talking and talking so much, you have been present everywhere, and still there are some clients who say, wow, you're so good. You definitely meet our needs. We have never heard about you. So now I'd like to reach out to you, because the best popularization is through you, through the clients of ours who have already had this positive experience tucked under your belts. So do promote us, and this will definitely expedite the development of our country. Another nice mission that I would like to undertake is giving credits. Just a couple of more minutes, and this panel will be wrapped up. Naturally, we couldn't do without issuing credits to Ощадbank. Sergei, this is your personal reward for the contribution made in the development of Export Credit Agency, the way that you have been running Ощадbank, managing your teams. This has greatly sped up the development of our products. Let me put it outright. It's just 10% of my participation. Primarily, this reward should go to our team responsible for SMEs, Yuri, Yulia, the people who have made it a reality, this cooperation with the ECA. So your 10% and 90% goes to the team. The 90% that you have spoken about goes to Natalia Budkova-Vitvitska, the chief of SME department, a member of the supervisory board of Ощадbank. The team has really made a great breakthrough last year, and we obtained the best results from Ощадbank. Unfortunately, she's under the weather, but would you kindly forward it to her? I see Yuri Vuchak in this hall. Would you kindly come here for your award for organizing a sales team across the whole country? We are open for all banks. Indeed, we conduct training sessions for managers in regions. When our employees from the ECA go and teach managers to make sure that our products are more easily integrated in the networks, and thus the processes can be greatly streamlined. So because I'm here, let me take a minute of your time. I have been listening very carefully to both the clients and the questions that we had here amongst the members of the audience. We are client-oriented. I want you to know it. If you fail to hear something, if someone fails to tell you something, we are working on it to make sure that no lags or gaps are there. We are working 100% to making sure that all of these shortages are overcome.
Yulia is absent, so I kindly ask you to hand it over to her. She's the person responsible for export crediting. It's not always possible to implement the ECA procedures into bank procedures, but we are working on it. Representative of the UGB here, Tatiana Borchevska. Little to add here, because the UGB is the major and the most successful bank we're cooperating with, and I express my gratitude for it. To Rodion Morozov, head of board of Bank, please hand it over to him and give him my best regards. I know that Tatiana Kornienko, representing Ukr here, there's someone to receive this reward for her. So, just handing over the mic to you for a couple of remarks. Thank you very much indeed for this token of gratitude. A lot of work lies ahead for us. I'd like also to thank our clients here who have trusted us, who have been cooperating with us within the framework of this program. A lot of work lies ahead, and here's to our future success. Alyona Atamanuk, this award to the Chernivtsi Regional State Administration goes to you. And lastly, to Sergey, this goes to the entire team of Oshchet Bank, but you can still put it in your own study. Thank you. That seems to be it. And last one for the Bank, to the entire team of the UGB. Greetings from the ECA of Ukraine, and thank you once again. Colleagues, thank you very much indeed. Apologies if my debut was not always successful. It may not have been as dramatic as the first two panels, but that was still the panel about businesses and about the ECA. Thank you. director of AON Ukraine. As you can see, our panelists have joined us on time. We also have online broadcast. So let me remind you that if you'd like to ask a question on your badges, you have a QR code that will send you to a Telegram channel where you can pose the question. Please be brief when posing it for me to have enough time to ask the questions posed. As has been repeatedly mentioned at the previous panels about the risks and challenges facing Ukrainian businesses, we can say that these risks and challenges is something faced by all Ukrainian entities, and now we're going to discuss just a few of them with our panelists. We'll try to find out from them what has to be done in order to mitigate, to minimize those risks, what is done in a particular field of economy to mitigate them, since we have representatives of various areas of economy here. I'd like to start with Mr. Hennady Chizhikov. I'd like to ask him the following. The major challenges as seen by the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and how do they influence export tendencies? How do they influence the competitiveness of Ukrainian exports? And what the Ukrainian government can do in order to minimize those risks? During the previous panel, we heard from one of the panelists that the Chamber of Commerce and Industry is not doing enough without going deeper into the point. So what are you doing specifically, and how can businesses benefit from it? You have around 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Let me answer the criticism directly. I do not know exactly from whom it came in terms of our inefficient work. We are always open to discussion, and criticism inspires us. When you're not criticized, it means that you're not doing anything. So when you're criticized, it means that you are working, actually. So I do not know exactly who made that kind of comment. So perhaps we could discuss it in private during the break. Let me just mention a few points for you to understand. We have to be aware that Ukraine is an export-oriented economy. And particularly during wartime, this is something that all of us feel. Ukraine depends on exports, and exports is also our future. You do not need to be a ingenious economist to understand this. We know that the internal demand is decreasing due to a variety of reasons. This is related to financial well-being of our people. So the great challenge is the foreign economic activity. Last year, which is interesting in terms of exports of agricultural items, which accounts for 60% of our exports, has rebounded to the level of 2021. This demonstrates that despite the hostilities, the potential of Ukraine's agriculture are great. But this also creates a question to exporting in our country amounts to 100 million tons of cargo, and we depend on sea routes. We cannot export it via rail. So if we do not have access to sea, we are not going to have the logistics opportunities. So this is both a question and a challenge. We have to develop logistical routes. We need to think about new logistical opportunities of exporting our cargo. It can be exported via the Odessa conglomerate and the Danube conglomerate, but we also need to look for opportunities via Baltic states, for instance, too, and Romania. Secondly, let me talk about financial risks. I'm going to say a phrase with which many businessmen here will agree that doing business in Ukraine is expensive. Ukraine is doing business at its own expense. In other countries worldwide, businesses have the credit resources and organizations willing to support them. In Ukraine, this is not cheaply available, which makes exporting an expensive thing. We need to support, for that reason, such agencies as the ECA to ensure that our businesses are promoted and developed. We never paid attention to it, thinking that oil, gas innovations are the main thing, but now we remember that without staff, without personnel, without this resource, you cannot really do much. So there are just two options of our development: to increase the productivity of our labor, to introduce new technologies, to change our profile from labor-intensive production to other types of production. Before the war, I would say that in Ukraine's agriculture, 14% of Ukrainian people were employed, while in Germany, only 1% was employed in this sector. So here we have room for improving the productivity of labor. As for recommendations, they're very simple. First of all, I think that 100 million tons of exports via corridors is too much. We need to decrease this amount through added value. We need to process raw materials as much as we possibly can. And this is priority number one. Secondly, the recommendation is about developing our brand. Thanks to the war, in brackets, Ukraine is known as a courageous country, as a tasty country, but this is not always going to be the case. If we do not invest money into Made in Ukraine brand, it will be reduced to a minimum, and we have to remember that. We need to understand that foreign economic activity and ready-made products without brand cannot exist. As for the innovative elements and recommendations here, they are also simple. Firstly, we need to think more about innovations. And innovative economy is a topic of interest for Ukrainians because Ukrainians are innovative, ingenuous. So now we can see, based on examples from other countries, that technical specialists from technical companies are beginning to be in charge of government affairs. We need to develop the transport infrastructure. We need to invest into exporting infrastructure, into logistics. And another thing is institutional support. This is something I started with. Once again, doing business is expensive and complicated because only specialists with higher education or 2 diplomas of higher education can handle and understand all the intricacies of Ukrainian legal papers. As for the role of our institution, we work systematically. We are represented in every region of Ukraine. We are a member of the European system of chambers of commerce and industry, and we are a member of the worldwide association of trade chambers, where 140 countries are members. Secondly, we understand, based on the experience obtained over the years, that Ukrainian SMEs are afraid of exports. They have to be taught, they have to be explained that exports are simple. For that end, at our affiliates at Ukrainian regions, we have the necessary training and information where you can obtain advice as to what and how to do. Ukrainian enterprises require technical certification, which is a major problem. Ukrainians are not really fond of technical aspects. They think that you can somehow circumvent it and resolve matters differently. Unfortunately, that's not the case. When you have to work with European countries, you have to handle the technical documentation. And lastly, businesses need to learn continuously. To do that, they lack analytical materials, they lack information as to how to work with different countries. As for exhibitions, as for fora, I keep repeating that Ukrainian businesses have to be more active in working on international exhibitions, because this is an opportunity to understand the world we are operating in. These are the key conclusions I'd like to make. And in conclusion, export is our future. Export is something that can drag us up from the bottom, and people out there in the world are willing to help us, but we have to prepare and we have to learn to communicate with our international partners. And most importantly, we have to learn how to be more active. Thank you. I think that today that personnel problem was not mentioned enough today. According to the Institute for Economic Research and Policy Consulting survey, we can also confirm that personnel shortage is indeed a major problem. Mostly this is not discussed at forums like this, because we are now, for the major part, concentrated on financing issues. If you missed the previous discussions, you can return to the broadcast, particularly to matters related to insurance operations and foreign exchange control. The previous panel was related to financing too. From banks, we heard that banks aren't doing enough, but the question is rather for the companies. There are few bankable clients among them. We heard from businesses that opportunities of obtaining credit via ECA is an impetus to to going out of the shadow economy. In this respect, I would like to ask our next panelist, do you think that modern instruments and mechanisms are enough to deal with the risks in foreign economic operations? When answering, could you please specify what instruments are more useful for a particular sector of businesses? I mean, small or medium enterprises, because we heard today that those instruments could differ. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me make just a couple of remarks as to what Mr. Gennady Chizhikov said. We often discuss the gray area in exports, but I remember vividly our visit to Japan last year, and we discussed agrarian exports. And then I just found out that one of Japanese companies, Kubota, it seems to me, said that they were selling $26 billion worth of agricultural products, which is far more than the entire Ukrainian agricultural business. Just recently, I came back from Germany, where at the exhibition we made a wonderful Ukrainian stand. And this respect, I could also mention a few things about the problems facing businesses. The first problem is that we have few export items. We do not have many types of products. They are yet to be created. We need to look for our niche. So in this sense, the promotion, export promotion and creating export items is the main thing. And after that, it can be followed by export support. In 2.5 years, we have made 22 Ukrainian stands at international exhibitions. I have taken 500 items of equipment of Ukrainian products to be demonstrated at those exhibitions, which includes agricultural machinery and equipment. So these are items of interest that could be exported. But the first thing is that no one is ready to make a prepayment. In terms of machinery, it's vividly that, for instance, we have Kobzorenko or Agritech, for instance. The client may say that the price is acceptable, but he then proceeds to provide 100 items of those machines to be exhibited somewhere, which means that I have to take all those expenses to manufacture those 100 items and supply it to them. For instance, I have to manufacture it in May, and in October, this piece of machinery is already to be provided to him. So that means that if I'm concluding an export contract, I have to manufacture those items and then supply them in a short term. As for those letters that Mr. Kislevsky mentioned, I submitted all of those letters. But then those discussions are never ending, and we end up discussing those working groups, for instance. So this is just absurd. So this is a matter of promotion, of the search for partners, of exhibiting our products. It's also very interesting that we started from exporting ready-made products, then we started adding to these products the manufacturers of spare parts, and the latest exhibitions that we had, we saw Ukrainian contractors obtaining contracts for Canadian makers and Italian makers. But this cannot happen until you demonstrate all those things at exhibitions. So risk insurance is an important thing to do when you're selling, for instance, to Africa. We have had a number of interesting contracts here. Based from our experience, I can say that we are mostly interested in ensuring export contracts, but global promotion is also of importance. We have had 22 international exhibitions, and just 4 Ukrainian ambassadors visited those exhibitions. Others believe that this is not their concern. Canada is the market which is the most profitable for Ukraine. And one single company from Lutsk city exports more than the entire Ukrainian market. We arrived in Canada. We visited all the factories of that company. The Canadian authorities were of great assistance. They took us to all the factories. We held a number of meetings, and only after that we understood why our equipment is not sold. We realized what spare parts have to be added to it. So we need more fora, we need factory tours, we need exhibitions. So task number 1 is to create an export-oriented item. Commodity exports do not work. We need to deal with regulations too. The situation with the foreign exchange revenues has to be discussed here, because only major companies can deal with it.
We looked in the whole turnover and we began to see what is machinery engineering right now what that stands as. It's just next to nothing. So why don't we bet on them for the whole year? How can companies right now with a turnover of 2 to 3 million Ukrainian hryvnias, how can they continue operating if there's so much rigorous regulation, etc.? I've just come from Grunewoha. Everyone has that there. You go to a Swedish cent or Finnish one. Would you like our Ukrainian spaghetti or flour? They say, thank you, we have our own. What about jams? Look, we have it all of the positions that you have just mentioned, Swedes and the Finns, they have it all. So this is very important. No one's looking forward to our coming. We must always look for niches, something out of the box as a solution. So if we go outside these boxes in terms of the commodities, first of all, we have to speak about something unusual, non-standard, if we want to have substantial achievements. Thank you if I have spoken beyond the topic. It's highly exciting to hear it from you. Let me ask one more clarification question. If we are talking about that, basically what we have to change is also the work of our foreign ministry, right? So that the consuls begin to work in an adequate way in order to promote the interests of the Ukrainian businesses abroad, right? Is it important, or what else does it take for the government? It's very much important. The situation is changing somewhat over the last months at least, but there's more practical work being done. But trust me, I would be doing even more in practical terms. But look, when there is an ambassador at the Ukrainian stand, it's so solid. We had our minister, Mr. Koval, and near the stand, the German Minister of Agrarian Production came, and he brought with himself a European commissionary. And see, this is very important. So when we talk about free trade, it's not only about money. You used to have quotas for tomato paste, for example. Right now, these quotas are none. But it doesn't mean that Mr. Sepko from AgriFusion has done a lot. It simply seems to mean that in Mykolaiv and Kherson regions, there are 3 plants that ensure jobs for thousands of people where there are no jobs. And for us, it means taxes and social stability. And they're looked at differently. Yes, for Mr. Gennady, can businesses advocate for a free trade area? Yes, they can, and they must do that. You see, I'm talking about this in literal terms. ATM, when they work, it doesn't mean that they will do more and everyone will produce more sugar. We're talking in business terms. In Business Europe, when we had our position papers, and we said, Business Europe, please speak about that on your behalf. So the interaction with the government is really necessary, and it can only become more efficient in this regard. Okay, thank you, Ruslan. Point taken. One thing to add is, because all of your emotions are absolutely proper, but what we would like is, after all such great presentations of Ukraine at big exhibitions, we would like to be invited by the ministries and asked, how can we help you? Secondly, how can we compete with other countries when the majority of the countries making their presentations are helped by their governments, whereas we have to source money from small businesses in those difficult times that we have fallen on? Ruslan. Okay, if we're talking frankly, I can also share with you half of the stands are funded by USAID. A third of stands were presented by the organizers. They said to me, Ruslan, we have so many opportunities for you free of charge, but not a single time has any ministry offered any financial support. They never told us to go to a grant program or a technical program for help. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they have never asked me what happened, what the follow-up was, but I do believe the situation should change for the better. Mr. Sipiga has gathered us, and maybe some things will begin to change for the better, but it's true. Things will change. But Turks, they back up every company from the state budget. The same happens in Poland. Turks are fantastic. So we hope that after the war is over, public finance will also be regularized, and we will transfer to the same model, but of course it's wonderful that grants come and provide their financing. Before the exhibition, of course, it would be wonderful if the governments would also participate in that in order to promote the businesses of Ukraine in the best interests of the Ukrainian economy. Yes. And the latest forum that we had for the recovery forum, when we went to Japan, for example, some of the latest visits that we paid there. These are specific examples when the Ministry of Economy joined efforts with businesses and sends a delegation, specific cases, manufacturing cooperation cases, because we have to cite some positive examples, right? So some of the positive experience that we can cite in this respect is that now the government is gathering different projects for the Ukraine facility and component 2 to finance and provide guarantees at the expense of international organizations. Our panel is still called minimization of risks. We have spoken about challenges and risks. And with the other two panelists, let us revert to minimization of risks and what businesses can use when we talk about financing. Ms. Victoria, can you kindly tell us about your products that you offer to businesses as Ukrsim Bank that you represent? How do you mitigate risk? How do you work with the ECA? During the previous panel, other banks mentioned that how can businesses unite, blend your business opportunities with ECA opportunities in order to cover their operations. And we have also heard about other possibilities, because more often than not, there is also a post-payment available in with European counter agents, although they trust Ukraine not so much due to the war. So what are you planning to do this year? Because we are already into the new year. Yes, Happy New Year. The new financial year has come, and I hope it will bring us a victory. Bankers are the people that calculate risks and money. You invest money where the risk reward is most optimal for you. We began issuing credit with businesses in April 2022. This was at the expense of our international partners. I remember my first day that year. We wrote a letter on force majeure circumstances, and they said, we don't know whether we will pay you anything. Or we said that we didn't know whether we would pay anything, but we very much hoped so. So our business and financial system find themselves under such circumstances that I'm not sure any other financial system in the world would function as well as ours for the time being. We are supporting our businesses, exporting, importing companies. Both of these words are in the name of our bank. This is our bread and butter. These businesses which are mindful of export must come to us. We try as best as we can to offer them a full range of services. Of course, there are some standard products of trade financing and crediting, credit lending, but the thing is, how can we make the lives of our clients easier, at least somewhat, when we are so highly regulated, restricted, and have to be mindful of our human resources, the most valuable capital. And we have been in cooperation in this regard with our international partners, explaining to them that we have to do something that we have never done before. And it's really very much too difficult, because for them it's not a war. They're still running under the operations written 50 years ago. Everything has been running smoothly. Why shouldn't it fail this time? But something we are concentrating the efforts of our partners on is technical assistance, help rendered to our clients, to our businesses, even to our officials, in terms of understanding the European standards, but via the lens of the Ukrainian reality. And credit, it should be supported by banks, because guarantee tools, especially when we speak about risks which are shared by foreign entities, it's so important, because the portfolio guarantee is there and it works. But as for me, someone who has been working and living in this country, I wouldn't like to make my own risk, the government's risk, although we are a state-owned bank. It's like when we put something in one bank and one pocket, and then we take it out and put it in another pocket. So when things change pockets. So all of these programs like 579 being supported by the external donors is good, but this still runs through the budget, and it's not the right way to do so. Something that we keep repeating at every junction when we have a meeting with our international partners. Redistribution of risks, it's very important. Moreover, it needs to be tried and tested right now, because our biggest risk is responding. I mean the financial community, not only covering Ukraine, but the whole world. We're responding to what has happened, but we are mindless of how to get ready to the things that will happen in the future. For 3 years, we have been speaking about how hard it is for us to live through this war, and that we have to prepare ourselves for what will happen after the war is over, when a new chance for us to stem from new reality. But we need to get ready to that even yesterday or the day before yesterday, because even the day before yesterday was too late. The whole of our country, I want to be optimistic. However, we are not ready to this victory. Honestly, physically, all of us, we are not ready to what will follow. I'm not talking about defense stuff. We, as the banking sector, are not ready to embrace our victory. As clients, we are not ready for our victory, and we will not be ready until we are conscious and aware of that and start to speak about this in real terms. Can you speak about that in tangible terms? Yes. We say international organizations come to us and they say, you know what your problem is? We have some guarantees. We are ready to try them, but you don't have the quality projects to offer. Because a project, we have a lot of cool businessmen, lots of people with a vision, but all of this needs to parlay into a specific financial terms, so that banks and international partners who view things from their perspective will understand that this is fraught with a lot of potential. We are not ready from the standpoint of capital, of our regulations. What we're saying is that we're responding to what we have. So we are living in suspension. We have the experts that we understand, that we can support. Unfortunately, sometimes we don't know how to support that. We try to seek for different possibilities, like different letters of credit, guarantees, or whatever products and tools that can help and meet the needs of our clients and structurize their opportunities and operations to meet the needs of the bank, because these are controversial things, conflicting interests, I would say, because everyone wants to do things quickly, cheaply, but the bank instead needs to cover some kinds of risks and comply with all of the risks. So what we say to our international partners is guarantees, guarantees, and guarantees again. In my prior life, one of my colleagues, he said, never give a loan alone. You have to be with someone else. Someone else has to be on a standby with you, can also go through a decision-taking of yours. A great number of investment comprehensive projects need to emerge so that we can export not only commodities and raw materials, but processed materials. And that takes not only our desire. We need new imported equipment, new production capacity, the HR that will be able to man these projects, highly structurized projects at that. Besides, many countries are eyeing Ukraine. Well, actually, I don't care why they're eyeing us, whether they feel pity for us or whether they see a potential in us. It all fits us, everything goes. If they're considering a possibility to invest in Ukraine, that's great. We must applaud such people, bring them in and teach them the Ukrainian reality. But instead, sadly, Perhaps this is not a very popular assessment to make, but at the level of the government, we do all things we can in a wonderful way for SMEs. Lots of grants are being poured there, but somehow we fail to remember the middle market, which by the measurement of the EU is also the medium-sized businesses. But for us, this niche for our SMEs, they do not comply with that size of the middle market, because if 500 people work in such an enterprise, for us it's not an SME, it's already a large-sized business. So such companies, we believe, do not require any accesses to grants, to guarantees, to all of these fringe benefits. So it needs to be raised to a higher level, because SMEs is our core, but the middle market is something that all of these businesses grow into and evolve into. We say, good job, SMEs, but as soon as they have grown out of their proportion as an SME, we immediately begin to cut their wings that we have held them to grow. And so we fail to remember this niche. And in Ukraine, this niche is smaller in scope, proceeds, as opposed to the EU, and it's underloved in Ukraine because large-sized companies find it easier to communicate with banks. Quite often they have the necessary reporting managers of high quality who can explain their credit story very easily to the banks concerning how they're going to apply the money lent to them. So this financial literacy for the companies which are larger than the medium-sized businesses in Ukraine, this is sorely needed, because whatever happens around us, these companies will have to grow out of their pens, to grow to another size and dimension. I beg your pardon, I would like to clarify it. So Bank now, you don't have any products or special instruments for these larger companies. Ecotech, as we have also heard, is focusing more on SMEs because they also need additional capitalization. No? No, vice versa. Now, as Bank, we are concentrating our efforts on this part of business. For us, they are our major customer, and we are working with them within the framework of EBRD, European Investment Bank, and World Bank programs. And I hope that they're happy. I can see them nodding happily. But my point is that they're underloved at the level of our government. Therefore, supporting this segment is indispensable because they're already beginning to lose the benefits, fringe benefits, which smaller companies are enjoying. So the idea is we're growing businesses and then we, unfortunately, cut off their line for oxygen, so to say. So fundamentally, all of our efforts as a banking community is focused on optimizing our own capital, because when you have to pay 50% tax, or when you have when some of your assets are hit, and you cannot make projections or forecasts because bits and pieces are being chipped away from your overall capital. So these guarantee tools of the IFIs are very, very much wanted. So we have that. We can offer that within our bank. So fundamentally, all these things will be driving the business expansion, because the pie, which is far away, is way too much for all of us. At the point when the opportunity opens up for us to go for such large size and comprehensive projects, there will be no competition between the banks that we failed to obtain something. There will be competition between the banks for being first, for primacy. And here insurance is super important. What we have right now with different international financial institutions, all of these things is still substandard. It's not enough. If we translate the availability of this resource to meet the needs of our business, then it's next to nothing.
fact that international partners, in terms of cross-border interaction, we provide insurance. If a foreign investor comes to Ukraine, he can go to Mega and get the insurance. But if the Ukrainian entrepreneur living in Ukraine does that, he will not give any kind of insurance. And this is simply preposterous because people who have already suffered do not obtain anything. So that is why, together with ECA, we are working in this direction. But that threshold of needs is very high. And that is what's going to determine the extent to which the great projects that have to happen are closer to us in time, are accelerated. Because without any insurance, no one's going to build a large factory in Ukraine if tomorrow it can be hit by a Russian missile. And the entrepreneur is left with a huge loan without the ability to repay it. So the situation in which the Ukrainian investors find themselves is too hard. In Ukraine, there is no money to do such things. But we are discussing all of this with international partners, and when our colleagues gather together, we repeatedly say that this discrimination is not right. We, as experts, when we have foreign meetings, we also keep repeating that we have to broaden the application of those insurance measures to Ukrainian companies because it matters greatly. For instance, it could be done in the form of joint ventures because in that manner we could involve Ukrainian businesses. Still, financing for Ukrainians is not enough. And there's also that thing that you mentioned that we are not ready for victory. And I think that we will come back to this at the end. And now I'd like to give the floor to Oleksiy Grinchenko, director of AON Ukraine. This is one of the biggest companies in the world in terms of risk insurance and reinsurance. We know that you cooperate with Raiffeisen Bank. You launched a number of projects. Perhaps you could dwell on that and some of the risk management tricks for Ukrainians, some rules. Thank you very much indeed. Really, I would like to give you a brief story of my career, 30 years in this field. I remember vividly when in 1990s I visited an export-oriented enterprise. I was working at a foreign bank, and they said that we arrive to foreign markets, we compete with Americans, with Chinese. Can you support us just like they are supported? I said to them that you need a commercial bank, an export-graded agency. And finally, I'm relieved to say that we have this agency, which was missing for quite a few years, and finally we have instituted this. The second thing is in this export credit agency, we have a very professional, high quality staff. We have experts here with knowledge. Capital is missing, of course. Our role as AON, we are an insurance broker and reinsurance broker. We are listed in New York Stock Exchange. We have a statutory capital of $80 billion, and I think that we, in the future, will be able to support Ukrainian businesses. And now I'd like to dwell on the instruments of covering war-related risks in Ukraine. Before the full-scale invasion starting from 2014, almost the entire system of covering war-related risks was done on the London stock market. We covered $750 million of those risks, and all of our clients were insured. They got their payments. These negotiations are difficult because people lose their property, and so the devil is in the details. It's important what is written specifically in the contract. So they do not cover expropriation of property, any property loss. So it means that only the war-related damage is covered, and the business interruption that results from it. But starting from 2014, all the international insurers left Ukrainian market. So as a result of that, the Ukrainian businesses came to local brokers, and we started insuring them. The second step was that local insuring companies, I believe in Ukrainian businesses. They started believing in Ukrainian businesses and started to insure their property without reinsurance. The first company that started doing this was Eric's. Now we have Ingo and Universalna and other companies. There are not many, but around a dozen of them are there. They are insuring specifically property from war-related risks at the amount of 20 million hryvnias. As Victoria said, we are not ready, but we are getting ready. We are getting ready to the situation that's going to come when the war ends and when foreign investment come to Ukraine, and our entrepreneurs will be able to receive support and insurance. Excuse me, our northern neighbor, so to say, is going to be there. It's not going to vanish, and people will continue to get insured. Just before the war, on the 4th of February 2022, we were having a webinar for our clients. We suggested that they should insure themselves from war-related risks. There were some clients who insured their property, all of their property, for 250 million hryvnias, but there were other clients who thought that nothing's going to happen, the war is not going to start. So the cost of that was 50 million of insurance coverage and $360,000. Now those prices are not there; they are much higher. Local insurance companies started working. These companies have to be reinsured. We have reinsured the Eric's company. This is a publicly available information. We have had a reinsurance agreement with the EFC. It has increased to $2.5 million. Of course, this is not going to cover the needs of large businesses, which know exactly what they would like to insure, but this is going to cover the needs of retailers scattered across the country, because the insurance business does not like large concentrations of property in one place. Underwriters work similarly. They have the similar approach of risk insurance and banks. They look specifically where the risk is concentrated. From the experience that we have now, clients are interested mostly in areas close to hostilities, 100 kilometers from the front line. Some insurers are ready to work with property located 50 kilometers from the front line, but most are not. This is the area where state has to show the most responsibility, and here we return again to the issue of capital. We need a law on the obligatory insurance of war-related risks. The objects where commercial structures are not ready to work, the state has to step up to the plate and say that that property has to be insured. We also see that there's a huge number of companies, insurance companies, which are ready to insure war-related risks, and this can happen through reinsurance. As for some illusions on what's possible or not, it has been rightly said on MIGA that they insure only foreign businesses, and there are large limitations and high prices. I'm not going to say what's going to happen with the new US administration, but the already signed agreements are going to be fulfilled. There are these contracts, and they're worth a significant amount of money. So this information, once again, is publicly available, and those contracts are worth $350 million with a number of Ukrainian clients. As for cargo, there are three programs signed with the EBRD on war-related risks. There are three insurance companies, Unica, Colonnade, and Engo. This is also publicly available, so we are confident that the free market is there. It's important who makes the first step, starts insuring at least something, then the price will go up. And today I take much pride in the fact that after our insurers started doing this, the Export and Credit Agency started covering war-related risks, and the London market is also working now. They are already working with certain objects in Ukraine at the amount of $30 million, and this is already a substantial amount of money. I hope that these programs will be interesting for other banks in terms of insurance. The sole thing that is missing is the difference in understanding. For large clients, large limitations are necessary. 25 to 30 million dollars may be not sufficient for them. They need more. But they know all the procedures to be complied with. They have the audited reports, audited reporting. They know how to work with all those policies required by MIGA and other insurers. There are small companies, SMEs, they can get the insurance, but they are not ready to pay for it. In terms of the price, we did some experiments free of charge. Our bank did not charge any fees. Even 1% is too much for people. They are not ready to pay even 8,000 hryvnias, which is $200, because they have no culture of making such payments. First of all, there's no understanding among people whether this will work. There is a huge distrust among people. And here I'd like to thank the National Bank of Ukraine that they are cleansing the market. What we are witnessing, what we have witnessed in the bank market, the same is going on in the insurance market. So there is a simple example that people are insuring their cars, and they simply go to insurers and receive a flat-out refusal. They doubt. They are in disbelief why this is happening, because they did not check where they bought those cars. When I entered this market 5 years ago, with brokers, there's a saying: with brokers, they do not pay, without brokers they pay. So the client needs to understand the terms and conditions of getting the insurance and why the possibility of it may be low. There is a huge number of clients who are interested in it. There are clients who completely understand that they need insurance. But unfortunately, this understanding comes right after the shell has hit a property or a trade center. Then the demand for insurance services grows rapidly, and recently just we had the results of missile attacks, after which people started reaching out to us. But the insurance companies may be not that interested after the attack, because they start considering the source of the risk. Colleagues said about the vessels, the cargo supplied through seafaring routes. This illustrates that those insurance program may not be particularly beneficial, but they are interesting because this is the first step. London, for instance, London starts changing the interest rates. And the message to the bank is that if the property used as a security is not insured, then you are not going to get anything from the banks. Well, banks are only in favor. In reality, in Ukraine, the insurance culture is a cripple, really. The fact that the fact is that our banking system is so mature that they do not regard the property of the client as a source of repaying the debt, as a security. So property and business interruption have to be distinguished here. I remember vividly that just 15, 20 years ago, even it was said that security is a must. Mr. Yaroslav, could you give us an advice to businesses? Today at different panels we heard that there are not many solvable projects. Businesses don't have an idea of how to make those projects. What do they have to do to get bank loans? Just 1 minute, please. This is a complicated matter, and this is not only a question to businesses. We do not have that kind of tradition. Why? Because Ukrainian businesses go to banks at the 11th hour. Even now. First, they start looking for partners, donor funds. I always ask the same question. Why do you go to the trade chamber in search of a partner who can help you with investment? Because the banking system, and one has to be very self-critical here, the bank system is sometimes not ready to take up the risk as a businessman. I open an enterprise, I have a risk of 30%, for instance, and the bank is not going to give me a loan because they will tell me that I need to cover the risk. I'm not criticizing the bank system. I think that we have to develop hand in hand. The Polish learned from this experience, and now they have so many projects that are enough for 2 lifetimes. When people see that this is working, that you can develop a project, and you can obtain funding to finance this project from Ukrainian banks working as partners, taking up the risk, working as businesses, then the situation is going to improve. And this is something that I feel on the daily basis. Please be brief, Mr. Yaroslav. I think that this is an exaggerated perception that there are no projects, interesting projects that would enable businesses to work with banks. I think that we are having an unusual situation from a number of standpoints. When the war started, factories were destroyed, for instance, with tomato paste. But that company had customers and clients. One producer of ceramic tiles also had clients. So these companies know how to work with banks. But still, the factory, the equipment was destroyed, which is unusual. So in this non-standard situation, we do not know how the cooperation with banks will happen. As for SMEs in 2022, the Danish supermarket network offered Ukrainian makers to make a trade shelf. Various types of products were selected in terms of quality, in terms of packaging and taste. They met all the requirements, but there was a simple question. Will you be able to provide products to more than 1,100 supermarkets? Of course not, because these are SMEs. So who was supposed to do what? We do not know.
So I think that this problem is taken out of proportion. So in fact, we have a lot of elements to it, in which businesses need to be helped to approach them in some non-standard way. When we speak about SMEs, we see restrictions, caps, limitations. Many of them reach out for grants. And we understand what is a medium-sized business from the standpoint of its Ukrainian turnover and the number of personnel it hires. It's an interesting business that has covered its own way and is ready to export. I have about 8,000 companies like that, and a lot of them are exporters. Small-sized businesses are okay, but such businesses are not okay. They are not compliable. But we have the Export Credit Agency. Many years ago, we would say it was one of the major tools to be applied. Maybe we are also underperforming, something that Mr. Ruslan said, that probably we also have to get more activated to involve such products, which is why there's low risk, low trust. People may say, I'm ready to buy, but you need to ensure so much equipment on so many platforms in such terms of time. And of course, Ukrainian producers looking and weighing in all of their capacity and production possibilities, they see that they cannot comply with such requirements. So learning to work with banks is not big of an issue. Thank you. I also was meaning to say that I'm excited by what Export Credit Agency has turned into over the last years. A couple of years ago, it was just existent on paper, and now we have heard so much about what the CA does in terms of its reality. So we hope that you will continue developing and helping our businesses to develop. Understandably, our situation is out of ordinary, but today we have heard a lot about different ideas of how to respond to these challenges. Another thank you that goes to ECA for ACA, that goes to them for this platform that businesses, banks, and institutions are hearing in a comprehensive way from each other. Thank you very much for your attention. And now we are going once again to go for one more award ceremony, so to say. Good afternoon. My name is Oksana Cheretyana. I'm Deputy Head of the Export Credit Agency. And it's my pleasure right now to thank our panelists. Ruslan, in his welcoming remarks, began by saying that we discussed the strategy of the Export Credit Agency, which wants to become the center for financial support for exporters. But becoming a center doesn't mean to be alone. It's about an ecosystem. When writing this strategy, we analyzed it for ourselves, and we were conscious of the fact that we need to grow our exporters. We need to train them, finance them, introduce them properly, support them, that is to ensure and cover their risks. So I think that this panel has very well represented most important elements of this ecosystem. So let us start with the driver, with the engine. It's a great pleasure for me to give this token of gratitude to Ms. Victoria from Ukrexim Bank. At least the word export makes us very akin to each other. I cannot say that we are doomed for this cooperation, but anyway, this is a pole star and the center of attention in our joint activity. Because I have said, not only money is the driver, but information too. Our next token of appreciation goes to our counterparts from the Federation of Employers of Ukraine, because they're not just heroes, they're superheroes in rendering support to Ukrainian exports. Mr. Ruslan, I would like to thank you very much for your burning enthusiasm. Let it keep burning. Thank you. Keep it aglow. And popularization. With Mr. Gennady, we see each other quite often abroad, in Japan likewise, because we do a lot of common work there to promote and popularize Ukrainian producers. So this goes to you with a great deal of excitement and joy. Thank you very much once again for sharing in our efforts. Thank you. At this, we call this panel discussion over, but our event still goes on, and I would like to give the floor to my colleague for another pleasant part. Good evening. My name is Kristina Padalka. I'm a board member of the ECA. We have some people who haven't participated in this panel, and we would still like to congratulate them. USAID Investments for Sustainable Business activity. Do we have any representatives on behalf of USAID in our midst? Probably not. So we will hand it over at a later point. Alexander Dobrovin, Vostok Bank. He is not with us here. So we hope that you will forward it to him. Thank you. The Association of Ukrainian Banks. Probably no representatives on behalf of that here, so we will once again give it to them at a later point. The Office on Development of Businesses and Export. Thank you. Congratulations. Irina Gruy, Credo Bank. I am here in her stead. Thank you. Sergei Magdich, Pump Bank. We'll give it to them later. No representatives present. Nazovny platform. Thank you and congratulations. Next credit goes to Yevgen Zaigraev, Privat Bank. Not physically present here either. Anna Svoboda, Vostok Bank. She is not here, but we do have a representative of the bank with us, which is good. Congratulations. And Igor Tikhonov from Credit West Bank. Congratulations. Thank you. This is probably all. Now you're all kindly invited to take a group photo.